the Mount Pleasant Public School Board of Education regular meeting on April 19th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. We are in the Mount Pleasant Public School Performing Arts Center, and this meeting is also being held via Zoom. This is the meeting of the Mount Pleasant Public School Board of Education. It is a meeting conducted in the public, but is not a meeting of the public. There is a time for public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. The purpose of today's meeting is to conduct regular business that requires action by the board. These items may include those discussed at a previous meeting or presented to the Board of Education during this meeting. As a courtesy, please turn off or silence your cell phones at this time and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mount Pleasant Public Schools is honored to acknowledge the Anishinaabe people whose traditional land we are gathered on today. To recognize the Anishinaabe people and their ancestral land is our expression of gratitude and appreciation and a way of honoring the indigenous people who have been living and working on the land since time immemorial and whose land on which the Saginaw Chippewa Indian tribe have resided and who have continued to reside for centuries. We feel it is important to understand the long-standing history of this land and to seek and understand our place within that history. The Mount Pleasant Board of Education is aware of the allegations and recent media reports pertaining to one of its current students. Although board policy and federal law limits the district's ability to comment on the specifics pertaining to that matter, we can assure you that the reports we have reviewed are inaccurate. Mount Pleasant Public Schools strives to assure all students learn an inclusive, safe environment free from all forms of unlawful harassment or discrimination. We do not tolerate any unlawful behavior by our staff or students. All allegations of inappropriate conduct are promptly and thoroughly investigated, consistent with the district's policies, past practices, and state and federal law. These investigations and corrective action are not discussed in the press to assure the privacy and rights of the students and staff are observed. The Board of Education and district are committed to the goal of ensuring that all students receive a high-quality education in an environment that promotes fairness, inclusiveness, and equity for all. The district will continue to advance the goal despite the recent inaccurate media reports to the contrary. Next is roll call.
Dana Calkins,
Here.
Jessica Jernigan,
Here.
Sheila Murphy,
Here.
Tim Odekirk,
Here.
Willeen Pengel,
Here.
Courtney Stegman, here, Amy Bond.
Here. Next is the approval of the agenda.
Madam President, I have two modifications to this evening's agenda. The first one is under item 11, new business, letter B. It says CSE, Mount Pleasant Middle School's mathematics streaming. That is to be removed. We are getting a presentation on that, but we are not making a decision this evening. And then after section 13, which is the citizens' request to the board, I request that we go into closed session pursuant to Michigan Common Law 15.268H. At that time, we will go and motion to go into closed session. So I'd like that added at that point.
All right. Next is the approval of the agenda. Oh, sorry. Next is the Student Board of Education Representative Report.
Hello, everyone. So I first want to mention that we now have our new Senate for next year. And it is our youngest e-board that I think, have ever had. We have a ton of sophomores, which is super exciting. I'd like to introduce, this is Izzy Goodrich. She'll be taking over for my position next year, which is really exciting. And she'll be doing this position as well with Kaylin King, who couldn't be here tonight. So our official Senate transition is May 5th. Our ice cream social for our seniors is on May 27th, which is also our last day for our seniors. Our reverse parade, which is May 7th, is from 5 to 6. And we'll be creating a commercial for this event. And we have a map for it on our bulletin board, which is by the office. And we also would like to invite the school board to be in this reverse parade. We have a spot for you guys. It's right by the Mount Pleasant High School sign. So there's a map out there on the bulletin board if you'd like to check that out. And our farewell tour for our seniors will be Tuesday, May 25th. And also we are super excited for next year. We have lots of plans, and the new e-board met and they want to focus on school spirit for next year. Also, our third hour business management class has put together an Euler calendar. I mentioned this at last meeting, but it turned out really great. It highlights a lot of Euler activities, sports, music, clubs, and there's pictures, and there is birthdays of all the students in the school, and it just celebrates just what it is to be an Euler. So if you guys are interested in this, contact Mindy Wishmeyer if you're interested. So thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. The first item under my report this evening is a PSC update. And so I will turn that over to Linda Boyd to introduce the presentations this evening.
Good evening. I'm going to start with a PSC update that involves adding an elective to Mount Pleasant High School. Hopefully you have that presentation in your folder. You usually hear from Lisa Davis, who is the department coordinator for world languages. She is busy tonight kicking off driver's education for the district. But this suggestion was brought to us by the World Languages Department in consultation with the Special Education Department. As you go to page 1, this class currently already exists at Mount Pleasant Middle School. It's a chance for our students to be exposed to different world languages, and it's a one-trimester exploratory class. And the next slide is taken right out of the course guide offering from the middle school, just to kind of show you what we offer these students in world languages. And this presentation will just be an extension of that class at the high school level. If we go to the next slide, again, this is how many weeks we spend on each different language. 3 weeks for each language is as a part of their unit of study in the middle school. And why do we want to extend this to the high school? We would like to offer this same course as a one-trimester elective at Mount Pleasant High School. This course would not count, it would count as an elective towards graduation. However, it would not count as a foreign language credit. This class is ideal for students with disabilities, as we have discovered that due to scheduling and support, they often are not able to take as many electives as we would like to offer them. And often they do not get exposed to this same elective while they're at the middle school because they're getting other different levels of support. The general idea is that this course would focus in on one of those 4 languages, world languages, and then they would expand that language to a full trimester of learning instead of using the exploratory approach of 3 weeks per language. We did not ask the World Language Department to make a pacing guide for this because in theory, they would use the material and curriculum that they are already using and just move at a much slower and student-directed pace. And we also have had opportunities for our students in high school that would like to be involved in a peer-to-peer situation. And this would also be something that they could work with students with disabilities within that classroom. So later in the evening, we would like the board to consider adding this as an elective at Mount Pleasant High School. Any questions on that one before we switch to math?
what kind of materials support this class? Is it just, where do we get the text? How does that work?
I'm not sure if it's completely text-driven. I think a lot of it also ties in various cultural aspects of the four different languages. And the pacing guide has lots of different, learning how to speak, introductions. I think it's more of a teacher-created materials type class. I see Dana nodding because with her years of experience at the middle school, I think it's kind of an evolving class, but there isn't a specific text that goes with it. There is a pacing guide, however.
No,
and
there's
we
not.
would, pardon?
You're right. You're
Okay,
exactly right.
thank you.
Thank you.
And next, I would like, if there aren't any more questions about world languages, I'd like to introduce the math department from our Mount Pleasant Middle School. They are going to share some suggested changes to their programming at the middle school. And we just want this for board awareness.
Okay, good evening. My name is Brooke Payton. I'm joined by Jody Payton, Michelle Keeler, and Dan Weber as members of the math department to make you aware of some changes that we're going to be making starting next school year. I'm sure you're all aware that we have advanced math courses at the middle level, and advanced math coursework actually began being offered at West Intermediate back in the 1970s when a very small number of students demonstrated exceptional talent and sincere interest in the subject. Essentially, these students were ready for high school level coursework at the middle school level. As interest grew over the years, it led to the creation of advanced courses at West Intermediate to allow teachers to better differentiate their instruction and best meet all learners' needs. On the next slide, you see two graphs. And these graphs illustrate the change that we as teachers have all seen in our advanced math classes over the years. Each graph shows a representation of the student population when graphing skill level versus motivation. And as you can see by the graph on the left, our advanced classes of the past have been primarily filled with students with high ability and high motivation, placing them in quadrant 1. And while we've always had a few students each year that probably would be better placed elsewhere because either their skill level or motivation wasn't quite where it needed to be, the majority of students would land in that upper right-hand quadrant. And the graph on the right shows how things have changed over the years and what our advanced classes have looked like more recently. And you'll notice that the majority of students enrolled in our advanced classes now either tend to lack the skill level or the motivation to properly support them in the course, as illustrated by the movement of students from quadrant 1 to quadrants 2 and 4. And obviously we find this very concerning, and it's why we come to you this evening.
Good evening, I'm Jody Payton, and we are seeing a tremendous change in the motivation level of our advanced students. While most have a high skill level, mainly because math has come easily for them, we're starting to see that they're lacking motivation, interest, work ethic, and perseverance to continue developing new skills. And it's certainly worth noting that the curriculum has changed significantly over the last 15 years with the introduction of the GLICs and more recently the Common Core State Standards. Many concepts have been shifted down grade levels, and the new expectations for all students are now much of what the advanced math curriculum used to be built on. And this has led to expectations for advanced math that tend to be more than almost all students can really handle. We also believe students have changed and aren't as interested in working hard to master new skills. So like when Siri and Google are just a quick click away, we believe many of our students believe everything should be that easy. And also being in an advanced course has unfortunately come to be viewed as kind of a status symbol to both students and parents. And they've often insisted on an advanced placement even when it wasn't the most appropriate placement.
Good evening, my name is Michelle Keeler. And when students are put into the classroom that have a higher ability but low motivation, they often become easily frustrated, and because they aren't able or willing to work at an advanced pace, they usually end up learning less than they would in a non-accelerated class that doesn't push them as hard or fast. When students with lower ability and higher motivation are placed in an advanced math program, they often can't grasp challenging advanced math concepts and can't keep up with the pace of the class. This often leads to a lower self-esteem when it comes to mathematics, and leads to a dislike for the subject in general. Either way, when students lack the skill level or motivation to truly benefit from an advanced math program, they end up with faulty foundation on which to build future mathematical concepts. Also, which is really important, is when we place the students in advanced math programs when their lower skill level or lower motivation level would make an on-grade level placement more appropriate, we often deny the other students who are in the regular math class positive role models who will strive to succeed and to help create good conversations with new concepts. It seems that very few students are really benefiting from this separation of math levels. Thus, it has become a lose-lose all the way around.
So the question is, where do we go from here? So if we could go forward on the slideshow there. Perfect. The first is a look at our current curricular offerings. And as you can see in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grades, we have courses entitled Advanced Math 6, Advanced Math 7, and Advanced Math 8. And with these separate courses not really serving the needs of the students enrolling in them, we are looking to discontinue these courses and streamline our offerings. As the next slide shows, with the removal of these courses, all students who have not skipped a grade in math will take the on-grade level math course corresponding to their grade level and will still have plenty of opportunity to find the challenges they want and need. Please note that this is only a middle school curriculum proposal this evening and will have no impact on any of the programming or processes currently in place at the elementary level or any of the programming or processes currently in place at the high school level. Students will still be allowed to skip grades at the elementary level and can still begin high school level coursework as soon as they are ready. And I will turn it over now to Mr. Weber, who is virtual this evening, to wrap us up.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? All right. So how can we ensure a smooth transition? We feel very confident that we can easily offer all student opportunities to challenge themselves and to learn new ideas within the framework of their grade level math curriculum. And the Common Core curriculum is so rich and challenging that we believe it is truly an advanced curriculum already in itself. And in fact, we spent much time with the RSD working to find those non-negotiable concepts at each grade level, because there are really many advanced concepts at every grade level. We remain committed to helping interested students push themselves and further their understandings of math beyond what may be required of all students. And we will plan to offer regular opportunities for students to solve challenge problems related to the middle level curriculum and beyond. So in those Math 6 classes and Math 7 classes, students will still get those advanced challenge opportunities. Students who qualify to take honors algebra can still do so. And the whole goal when advanced math classes were put in place were to start offering those high school level courses at an earlier level for students who are ready for that. And that is still going to be an option for students. Accelerated math programs will remain an option for our students who demonstrate the strongest math skills and aptitude. So in other words, elementary students who are ready for middle school math courses will still be able to take middle school math courses at Mount Pleasant Middle School. And students who are ready for high school courses will still be able to take those honors algebra courses and beyond. And our next priority is to communicate this with students and parents regarding those upcoming changes.
That concludes our presentation. We're open to any questions the board may have.
I do have a couple of questions. I was wondering if you could roughly give us an idea of how many kids are involved in these middle school advanced math classes, or if not the number or percentage. Is it 25% of the students? Is it 15%? I mean, I understand if it's not an exact number.
I would say it's roughly between 20 and 25%.
And is that placement mostly determined by the math teacher of the year before? Because you did mention something about parents and students being potentially involved in that decision as well. Can you walk us through how that works?
Yes, the decision is often influenced by the math teacher, but at the same time, as Mrs. Payton indicated, there are times in which students and parents who maybe aren't placed into the program by a teacher often seek that placement anyway, when the skill level or the motivation may not be what it needs to be for success. And that's often what has, led us to the point that we're at, where we don't really feel like the program is meeting the needs of the students it's meant to serve.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we assume that if you have a sixth grader who's ready for seventh grade math, you're still going to move that?
That is correct.
Okay, that's, so basically is you're making it where basically you're going to make the call as to where you would suggest they belong.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
So you're going to make the call, the math teacher will make the suggestion as to what level math they should be in. Otherwise, they will still, if they want to advance, you'll make the recommendation to advance. That doesn't mean they have to. But other than that, you're on grade level.
Correct. Now, at any time too, if a student feels as though they are, say, ready for Honors Algebra 1 at any level, and that they will be allowed to demonstrate that readiness right away. So most students have been well identified at the elementary level to skip from 3rd grade to 5th grade math or something like that. And that, as I said, that process will continue at this point. And at any point that a student may be enrolled in a course that they feel is too easy for them, we would absolutely like to know that, and we'll give them an opportunity to demonstrate their readiness for another level.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I have a question about slide 3 on the graph. I'm just curious about where you got the data we see, or how you got the data we see plotted in that graph.
Hold on just one second, let me get you. You were curious as to what?
How you got the data or that we see plotted in this graph. I mean, it's a question about methodology, I guess.
This was not so much necessarily data driven as on the motivation side of things, as it is just a representation of the overall battle we have, I guess, with students when motivation, lack of motivation often plays a part. Okay. The skill level, I think, is very accurate within those graphs. The motivation, probably a little bit less documented, but felt on a regular basis within those courses.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm sorry, just so that I understand, because I actually, until Sheila brought it up, I didn't quite understand what you meant. So if a child is in 5th grade and qualifies because of his teacher's recommendation for 6th grade math, they could still go to the middle school, take 6th grade math.
That is
correct. And then when they become a 6th grader, they won't go into the 6th grade advanced math because it doesn't exist anymore. It goes straight into 7th grade math as a 6th grader based again on recommendation. So we don't limit, okay, so that's what would happen. Okay, that makes sense, thank you.
Are there any other questions for our Mount Pleasant Middle School Math Department this evening? Thank you for being here. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes my report this evening.
There was a suggestion that board members please state your name before speaking, that it's difficult for people to see with our masks on and know who's talking. So if we can do that for future comments.
Sure, and also please make sure you're speaking close to the microphone. Thank you.
All right, next is the requested financial reports. Ginger?
Hi, good evening. You will notice in your board packet, you do not have financial reports this month, and I want to apologize for you all for those not being there. March was our first month live in our new finance software, and it's working well. Obviously, there are some glitches that we're coming across, as you could expect with any new software. We've been in training with the company all along, and last week, literally all day, every day last week, we had training to work on our month-end closing and how to run reports. I'm assuming in the future the reports may look a little different than what you're used to, but we ran into some issues getting all of the data from July to February into the test environment so we could check all of the figures and make sure everything's moving into the new system smoothly. And as we worked through that and got closer and closer, the test environment crashed. So we were dead in the water for a couple days last week. I did just get an email before the meeting tonight that they're back up. The imports have been imported and the files have been imported, and now I have more proofing to do. So we're still moving forward. We have an additional 3 days this week that we set up for training. So we're still working through that. Please know that we are still on track, our actuals to budget, as we have been every month moving along. I just unfortunately don't have that data to show you tonight. And I'm really hoping we do by this time next month.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, next, I want to acknowledge the correspondence that we have received as of last Thursday. We've received correspondence from Juana Hoffman, Brianna Mogenberg, Cindy Pohl, Eric Roman, Kelly Fountain, Kathy Willerman, Leslie Withers, DeMonte Cordell, Jennifer Shisa, Roxanne Fleer, Shannon DeLeon, Nicole Green, Nikki Schlick, Eric and Kelly Borodicek, Michael Sly, Sean Hutchins, Emma Hickson, Natalie Methner, Chad Hill, Heather Wazinski, Laura Hutchins, and Janelle Luce. All of these correspondence have been shared with the entire board. Next is the consent items. And first off, we have the approval of the April 5th, 2021 regular meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
And then we don't have to do a roll.
We don't have to do roll call anymore.
Oh my God.
Oh, right. Yay. Okay, so normally over the past year that we have been having to do a roll call vote every time we approve an item, because we are able to come back together and meet in a public setting this way. We do not have to do an individualized roll call vote. We will be able to all acknowledge through yes and no's. And so, Courtney, if you are willing to call for approval?
Go ahead. Any further questions?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Are there any further questions about the regular meeting minutes? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? So, approved. All right. Next is at a table. Sorry, I was worried about doing that. All right. Next is the approval of the bill for the financial.
So move, Sheila Murphy.
Second, Wheeling.
And let me go ahead real quick and read those numbers. It's in the sum of $5,318,130.23. Is there any questions about that? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Universally approved. Much later that time. Next comes new business.
The first item this evening under new business is approval of PSC World Language Experience that Linda just presented. Linda?
Yes, so just to follow up on that, we are requesting board approval for world languages, a one-try elective at Mount Pleasant High School, effective for the 2021-22 school year.
So moved.
Second, Sheila Murphy.
Is there any questions?
That was me who spoke.
Okay, yes, sorry. That was motion by Tim, seconded by Sheila. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And sorry, was there any questions with that? Trying to get it in order, being all together again is definitely a new learning curve. Okay, next is resignation.
Yes, we would like the board to approve the following 3 resignations. We have Alicia Krieger leaving Poland from 1st grade. Mike Marshall is leaving us. He has been a physical education and computer teacher at Vowels, and Alan Tillotson has resigned from Small Engines. All of them are leaving us for amazing and lovely reasons, personal reasons.
So moved with much appreciation. Tim Odekirk.
Second, Dana Calkins.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And sorry, was there any questions pertaining to that? Okay. Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that passes. All right, next is the administrator contract extensions. New hires.
Okay, we are very excited to hire three new teachers for science. We actually had 4 science openings, and the high school science department coordinator, Mr. Brown, along with Mr. Winkler, Darby Weaver was present, and Darby brought 2 members of the middle school science department as well. We were very fortunate to have a great interview day, and the folks that we have recommended to hire include Natalie Bowen. Natalie Bowen is currently student teaching in Clare, but she did spend some time at Mount Pleasant High School with Ken Schaefer as a part of her internship. And we also would like to recommend hiring Zachary Caloris. Zachary is a Mount Pleasant High School grad, and many of us know Zach for running many years of being the peak site coordinator at Vowels. And last but not least, Sandra Dubridge, and Sandra is joining us from St. Louis, where I believe she's got 17 years of experience teaching science, and she's ready for a new experience and wants to come to Mount Pleasant. So all of their information is in your packet, all of their degrees and certifications and things like that. And we had the same interview team for all of the interviews, and we were just thrilled that we actually did hire 4. One will be an internal transfer to the middle school, and then these 3 new hires. So very exciting.
Are there any questions about the hiring of Natalie Bowen, Zachary Cloris, or Sandra Dubridge? All in favor?
Aye.
I motion that we accept the hire.
Seconded, Jessica.
That's Sheila, and then, I'm sorry, was that you, Jessica? Okay, and Jessica seconded. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Unanimously passes. Next is,
May I do a comment?
yes.
I'd just like to say welcome to all 3, and I would like to say thank you. Science teachers are extremely difficult to identify and get in a school district, let alone 3 talented
Yes.
science teachers.
We were very excited.
Well,
Very
that's amazing, and thank you for the hard work to get those science teachers. It's a very, very challenging thing to do. We appreciate that, and welcome to the district.
Welcome. Okay, next is the administrator contract extension.
Yes, every year at this time, we do our administrative team renewal. So I'll read off our administrative team. Kim Bishop, Jim Conway, Diane Falsetta, Stephanie House, Joe Judge, Aaron King, Kelly Maryhugh, Jeff Platty, Josh Rhodes, Katie Rinke, Marcy Stout, Mary Kay Vokes, Matt Walderzak, Darby Weaver, and John Winkler.
Are there any questions about the administrator contract extensions? Would anybody like to make a motion for the approval?
So moved.
Sheila,
Tim Odekirk, second.
second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimously passes. Next is the central office administrator contract extensions.
In your packet this evening, you do have a memo from me regarding the contract extension for our central office administrators. Our central office administrators are typically on a 3-year rolling contract. So this evening, we're asking that you renew the contracts of Linda Boyd, Assistant Superintendent, Ginger Faber, Chief Financial Officer, and Kimberly Funnel, State and Federal Programs Coordinator, through June 30th of 2024.
Are there any questions? Is there a motion to pass the extension of the central office administrator contracts?
So moved to Motorkirk.
Seconded, Jessica Jernigan.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Me, Jessica Jernigan.
Thank you very much. All right, are there any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That unanimously passes. Okay, next is donations.
This evening, we're asking the board to accept a donation from the State Farm Charities Aid Foundation of America. It's a donation of $2,500 to go to Fancher Elementary for STEM education.
I move that we approve the donation, the very generous donation from State Farm Charities Aid Foundation of America. That's exciting.
I second, Wheeling Pangle.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimously passes. Thank you very much for that generous donation. Okay, next we're going to hear about the extended COVID-19 learning plan.
Yes, and let me just give me 1 second here to pull up our presentation. All right, this evening I'm going to talk with you and present our reconfirmation report, and I'm going to talk about our COVID extended learning plan. I have different administrators that have contributed to the creation of the presentation and the plan. Linda will be sharing some information with us a little bit this evening, and we do have administrators that are available to answer questions should you have any. So I'll start as I always do and just review some general information and some things that I think are exciting as we continue to navigate our way through this pandemic. First and foremost, as of today, we are just over 70% of our Mount Pleasant Public School staff members that have received both doses of the vaccine. And I really do feel very fortunate that in our community, vaccines are readily available. So if we have staff members that have not yet had that opportunity, I believe there's still options for them. We have great examples that continue of countywide collaboration. At the end of this week, we are hosting a vaccine clinic here at Mount Pleasant High School for our 16, 17, and 18-year-old students. And that's a collaboration between the Mount Pleasant Public Schools and Isabella Citizens for Health. And we are in the process of releasing a joint letter regarding the protocols that schools are following with the Central Michigan District Health Department. And when I say we, that's certainly not a letter that Mount Pleasant Public Schools alone is doing. It's a region-wide letter. Many of you know that Dr. Morris is the medical director of the Central Michigan District Health Department, and she oversees 19 counties. So the goal will be that all school districts in all of her 19 counties will endorse this letter, and I believe that'll come out later this week. We maintain a strong focus on our safety protocols and on the mental health of our students and staff. The last several meetings, I've shown a chart to you that looks like this, that breaks down our active student cases, our students in quarantine, and our active staff cases. And if you remember, I personally sort of used that November 16th date as a turning point for us. That was when we decided that we needed to shift to virtual instruction. And you can see that our numbers have steadily gone down since then. We all know that we are in a little bit of a different situation right now with COVID numbers surging. And so I've prepared this chart for you this evening that breaks down our active student cases, our students in quarantine, our active staff cases, and our staff members in quarantine. And those last two columns are the columns that I think we need to pay the most attention to. I mean, obviously all the data is important here, but I think it's really important to note that in November, we were in a very different situation with staff members that were not able to come to work, with getting coverage, being able to maintain our day-to-day operations was in jeopardy. We are not at that point today. So where our numbers of cases and our numbers of students in quarantine are much higher, we have a stronger and more resilient staff because so many of them have been vaccinated. I think it's really important to remember that this number is just a snapshot in time, and it was taken today. I can tell you, for example, as I was putting these numbers together, that 3 of the students that are considered active student cases for Mount Pleasant High School today will fall off tomorrow and will be returning to school. So the numbers shift both ways all the time. I think I want to talk some general information about third trimester, and then I'll go back a little bit to what our COVID team is working on. So as you all know, this third trimester stems from the second week in March through the end of the school year, which is June 4th. We continue to focus on safety. Masks are required for all students at all times. We do allow students to take mask breaks outside throughout the day. Classrooms are disinfected every 4 hours or at the secondary level after a class transition. Buildings are deep cleaned using the Clorox 360 machines on a regular basis, as are our buses, and we maintain strong bus protocols. We're asking our families to screen their students before they leave for school. That's been a consistent request all year. And we still do not have any instance that we can determine was an in-school transmission of COVID. So we still maintain that our students and staff are safe in school. Getting back to communication with families, that's probably been one of our biggest challenges over the last 3 weeks. I don't mean reaching out to them and getting a hold of them. I think the biggest challenge has been answering their questions and helping them understand what's happening with their students. This graphic that you see on the slide here, how long does my student have to stay home? It is confusing, and I'm the first one to say that it is confusing because the situation is different if your student is positive, if your student's been exposed, if your student lives with a positive case and can or cannot isolate. And so our team is working diligently, literally 7 days a week, to be able to answer the questions of our families. We're communicating with them through emails, through phone calls, and just this week we worked with our outstanding tech department and we're able to also send text notifications. So one of the questions that we're getting when we look at COVID and our COVID protocols is it seems as though our protocols are not consistent. And my response to parents when we have this conversation is that it's not that it's the protocol that's not consistent, it's that every situation is different. So when you have a consistent protocol and you apply it to many different situations with many different variables, it can feel different, but it is the same process that we're going through every time. So I think that's really important. We definitely have talked previously that we believe our families are experiencing a little bit of COVID fatigue, and I see that. I see the frustration. The parents that I talk to want their children to be in school, and so they're feeling frustrated when we're calling them to tell them that they're quarantined. Another big switch that the health department made just when we returned from spring break is the shift from a 10-day quarantine back to a 14-day quarantine. So although it's only 4 days, that does make it significantly longer for our families and creates a little bit more frustration. This meeting is where we're required to review the reconfirmation report. So I'll remind you all that this is our extended COVID-19 learning plan that meets the requirements of the return to learn legislation. Has 3 basic parts. One is our educational goals that we'll get to review again next month for the end of the year, hold the progress reports, and then hold the monthly reconfirmation meetings. So the reconfirmation reading report is again data that we're pulling from PowerSchool. Thanks to Joe Judge for helping us pull that every month. This report reflects 4 weeks of instruction where we had students that were both face-to-face and online. Try to expand this a little bit. So we're looking at a period of from March 15th through April 16th, which was last Friday. And the first section of the report shows how instruction was delivered. We haven't had any changes in the delivery of instruction since the start of this trimester. And then we'll look at the weekly two-way interaction rates, first broken down by developmental kindergarten through second grade buildings. So again, we're looking at students. The middle column is our students that are 100% remote. Those are students in the Oilers Online program. And then our students that are not 100% remote, those are students that are in our face-to-face programs, and all students is an average. So then we shift into third through fifth grade. And as we've talked about often, this number here, the last week for the 100% remote, often when we come to the board meeting, those percentages are lower than we'd like them to see. And once the teachers have the opportunity to put their contacts in, they increase the next week. Same thing for sixth through eighth grade. We see the 2 weeks before spring break and then the 2 weeks after spring break. And then finally, we move into our weekly two-way interaction rates through 9th through 12th grade. So we're looking at lower percentages certainly in the last week, and we know that will increase after our staff have the opportunity to complete that work into Power School. I apologize, just getting back to my presentation here. The next area that I wanted to talk about is our athletic testing program. This is the first board meeting that we've had since we've been required to test all student athletes. So I remind you that all student athletes 13 and older are tested at least one time per week, whether they're in practices or competition. That is a DHHS order that we're required to follow. Our first week, we tested 237 athletes, and we had one positive test result. Our second week, we tested 209 athletes. We had 3 positive test results. This week, we will have significantly more tests because this is the first week of middle school track. And if any of you are familiar with our middle school track program, we typically have a large number of students, 60 to 70 or so, that participate every spring in the middle school track program. So not all of them will be 13, but there will be a majority of them that will be. We have offered students that are 12 and participating in sports, if they would like to be tested, and we've offered to do that for them. One of the things we talked about a couple of meetings ago is what is our plan for summer school. And so I'll turn it over to Linda so she can talk about our summer school programming and our summer school grant.
Good evening. Yes, we were eligible for some funding that is specifically tied to COVID-19. It was House Bill 4048. And we had to put our heads together rather quickly and submit this grant by last Thursday, April 15th. We did survey our staff, and we had 154 of our staff respond, and to simple questions like, are you interested in teaching summer school? What days of the week are you available? Would you prefer morning or afternoon? We also surveyed our families and asked very similar questions. And 55% of our interested staff said that they would be interested in helping out about 5 to 10 days. That was a common theme with our staff survey. We had 288 family responses. They did express interest in summer school. They preferred a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday combination, and they preferred mornings. But to qualify for this grant funding, we had to offer 5 days a week, face-to-face, for 8 weeks throughout the summer. So our elementary and our middle school principal team put their heads together, and we laid out a plan that would establish 8 weeks of summer learning this summer. So we also do think, so we had to estimate how many students would attend. We kind of used a number of about our bottom 15%, which is a percentage that we use often as we look at multi-tiered systems of support and wanting to target those students who need extra support. So the budget that we are eligible for is $550 per student, but we also feel that our submission qualifies as innovative because we are hoping to integrate some socio-emotional lessons as well, and that could qualify for an additional $100 per student. So we submitted that grant. I'm not exactly sure when we receive official approval or if it's automatic, but we're hoping. The next slide, if we go to the next one, is just a snapshot of the summer programming in our DK through 5th grade buildings. We plan to have a tier 1 plan for all students where we send home workbooks and workbooks so that all students have something to work on, and then some occasional check-in forms with a staff member. And then the tier 2, that plan of students that we will target and invite to summer school, we'll make sure that we do focused literacy tutoring Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, face-to-face. We'll have, obviously breakfast, snack, recess, and then a focus on literacy and math, as well as that socio-emotional unit. And they'll be able to leave that day with a SAC lunch. Monday and Friday, we're trying to keep flexible, recognizing the parent request for avoiding Monday and Friday, and also recognizing our staff requests to not be as dedicated to summer school on Monday and Friday. We will still offer face-to-face on those days, but we'll use our computer labs for some online interventions and use the many online programs that we've been able to offer our students so that they can just kind of have a more independent pace day with our staff. And then 6 through 8 will be very similar. They also had to do 5 days of face-to-face to qualify for this. Their tier 1 plan will also be sending home materials with students for the summer. And then their tier 2 plan, much like the elementary, will serve breakfast daily. They'll have focused tutoring. We're gonna, really focus on the language arts and math. They will weave in an elective focus with STEAM and the socio-emotional units, which will help us with that innovative program twist. And then their Monday and Friday can also be an online check-in. In person, the students can come in, they can work more independently on IXL, which they use often during the year, and even Khan Academy. And then at our high school, their grant was a little bit different, but theirs is completely focused on credit recovery, which Mount Pleasant High School does credit recovery traditionally every summer. It will be available for students on a little bit larger scale all summer long. Any students who have had any difficulty completing credits to lead towards graduation, that will be the whole focus all summer long. So they will have face-to-face support for teachers, and since it is Odysseyware based as well, they can also continue to work on that at home. So we think we've laid out a comprehensive plan for students who want it, and hopefully enough flexibility so that our teachers who really do need a little bit of a break, they can work a few days here, a few days there without being too overwhelmed over the summer. So, any questions?
So just to clarify, so this is Tim Odekirk. All students in the district, 8 and below, will be given packets of information, so they will all be given academic components through the summer, but in a less structured format.
Yep.
And then, depending on what grade level, there will be like a face-to-face opportunity for more academic and focused academic learning that will occur.
Yes.
Are those face-to-face opportunities open to anyone, any family in the district, or do you have to be invited to take part in those components of it?
We really should start with using our data to invite students that we really want to target based on their, some learning gaps. However, we have, if we have space, we would go to that next group of students and continue to honor as many as we could. Based on the summer survey, we don't think that we're going to be packed with students. We think that parents, I think about half said they were interested at all. Some just said, no, they're not interested in summer school. So we think we can probably accommodate anyone who really wants to come, but we would start with those who are demonstrating the need for some gap-filling lessons.
Is there going to be any requirement for any students to attend, or is it strictly student/family driven on this opportunity?
It's definitely student and family driven. Our teachers and our principals will highly encourage students, but we would never make it a requirement for grade advancement or anything like that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question, Linda. This is Courtney Stegman. Is transportation an option for summer school?
Yes, and surprisingly, of the parents who said that they would want to come, only 20% said that they would need transportation. But we've talked with Mrs. Schaefer, and she said that she does have drivers ready and willing to help with transportation this summer.
So we'll keep going on with the remainder of our presentation, then we can circle back to summer school questions if we have any. The other area that I wanted to highlight for you is just talk briefly about our plans for the fall. Um, with one of the first things that's already been happening is our kindergarten kickoff. And so we've hosted 2 kindergarten kickoff events at all 3 of our lower elementaries already. We'll have another one in May that will be hosted at Ganyard Elementary. Um, the groups have been smaller that have come through kindergarten kickoff because we have had to pay attention to COVID protocols, keeping smaller groups there. But it's gone well. The students have still been able to engage in all different activities where there's academic screenings, hearing and vision, speech and language. There's an informational meeting for parents and a great video. They collect all the enrollment paperwork. They get the opportunity to see the classroom, to meet the staff, and then the favorite part of the evening, of course, is a bus ride. So we had a ride that went a little long this spring, but they definitely like doing that. So um, there is a presentation regarding kindergarten kickoff that's available on our website. And we'll still continue to obviously take kindergarten enrollments throughout the summer and then have a kickoff again before school starts. But I wanted to make sure that you all knew that we were moving forward with that. Um, it's important to note, I mentioned earlier the new guidelines for the academic order that went into effect actually today, and they go through May 24th. It is just an extension of our previous order. So indoor facilities may not exceed 50% capacity, and masks must be worn in all schools. They actually lowered the mask requirement to 2-year-olds up to 4-year-olds. So part of that then is looking at our future work as we know what we need to do this fall. We continue to focus on safety being our top priority. As our Mount Pleasant High School student senators mentioned, there's lots of planning happening for spring activities. And we're definitely trying to take our traditional activities and put a twist on them so we're able to follow all COVID protocols. Graduation will likely be an outdoor ceremony at Community Memorial Stadium. Our senior farewell tour, where we visit our elementary buildings to celebrate our graduates, will happen at all of our elementary buildings, but we'll meet the elementary students outside instead of going into the building. Lauren mentioned the reverse parade, and we're also working on a couple of different options for an 8th grade send off for when our 8th grade students leave the middle school. Um, Additionally, our spring extracurricular activities are in full swing. You can see there's a play set behind us here that they're working on the spring play. Um, Concerts are happening outdoors, and so we're really trying to make sure that we're doing all that we can to highlight the achievements of our students because we really know that that's a part that's been missed over the last year. We are also knee deep in planning for the 2021-22 school year. As Linda shared with you, we had some great hires this evening, and we're continuing to make sure that we have the staffing to meet our needs. You all approved our calendar for next year at the last meeting. And right now we're busy looking at in-person and virtual options if needed. I've often said during this pandemic time, it's hard to know what we might need next week, much less a few months from now, but we want to be sure that we're prepared to offer what our families need. So we have folks that are available to answer your questions. Certainly Linda and Ginger and I can do that as well. If you have any questions regarding our return to school plan.
I have a couple questions. The first one is I was hoping for an update on the testing happening, especially at the high school, the SAT testing. Is this happening as planned? If a family is high risk, how could they navigate the testing? Do you mind just telling us a few words?
Sure. So our last week was the big week, I will say, for testing at Mount Pleasant High School. They started last week with doing the SAT test, the PSAT, and then pieces of the M-STEP test. And that sort of continues for Mount Pleasant High School over the next 2 weeks. Mount Pleasant Middle School also started with PSAT testing, and they'll move into M-STEP. And then for our elementary buildings, it feels sort of like an ongoing process that continues on and on. So testing is going well. I think there are 2 important things to keep in mind when we talk about this. Number one, our students that are fully virtual, that are in the Oilers Online program, are not required to come in for testing. So they were all invited in, but it's not a requirement that they come in and test. The other big requirement is that with the federal government saying that we don't have to meet the accountability standards that we had to meet before, we also no longer have to test 95% of our students. So that was always our goal. If we missed students initially, we would continue to follow up with them and make sure that we got them in for testing. That 95% requirement has gone away for this year. So I don't have hard numbers to give you, but in talking with the high school about last week, their thought was that they tested around 80% of their face-to-face students and had just better than half of their Oilers Online students come in. So that's certainly not the 95% that we're used to always hitting, but they felt like it was a good number and they felt like it was a good experience. Because the SAT and the PSAT is so rigid, there is one makeup day for both tests. So any students that weren't able to take the SAT last Tuesday will be able to take that next Tuesday on the 27th. So the other tests have a little bit more flexibility as far as the M-STEP and that kind of thing. But because SAT and PSAT are College Board products, they're a little bit more rigid for their test reliability purposes. So we are also offering for students that if you are a junior this spring and you're not able to take the SAT for whatever reason, you would be able to take it next year. You would be able to get a free SAT during your senior year. It'd be a little bit late, but you could still do that.
Thank you.
So yeah, that's a great question. I know that has been confusing in other board meetings when we're talking about COVID testing and testing, but they're both sort of happening simultaneously right now.
Oh, go ahead, Tim.
So this is Tim Odeker. With our athletics testing program, do we report that to the community health department in any way? Are they tracking that in some manner?
We do, and they are. Yes, they're tracking that, so that's reported to them. Prior to this change where all students had to be tested, when we were only testing students in contact sports, we had to report every student individually. Now, because we're testing such a bigger number of students, we report our positives individually, and then we report an overall number of negative tests. So many schools complained early on about the amount of time it would take to test all of their athletes because every student had to have an individual profile form filled out every time. And now we don't have to do that. We only have to do that for the students that test positive, and then we just report a number of students that tested negative. But that is reported every week.
Thank
Actually,
you.
every day. As soon as they're done testing, they go and report that right away.
So it's true that we test athletes on a rolling basis. We don't do all of them on a day.
That is correct. So different teams, different days of the week, mostly between 3 and 4 in the afternoon.
I do have one more question. When you showed the new numbers, the updated table, there was a fair amount of students in quarantine at the middle school and the high school. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say, are we providing help for the teachers? Or are the teachers managing to follow up with these students? Because it's the highest we've had, I think.
Yep, it is the highest we've had, and that's a really good question. The one thing I didn't include in this information, you remember we offered all of our high school families the option of taking that 2-week pause, and I apologize, I should have included that. We did have around 75 students that opted to take that 2-week pause and go virtual last week and this week. And so because of that, we have offered that blended compensation for our teachers. And so that's also applying to them when they're working with students that are in quarantine. So we're working with teachers to make sure that they know, to be able to meet their needs. And students as well, that just because you're in quarantine, you still need to engage and you still need to be active there. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Linda or Jen, if any parents are interested in summer program, how do they go about? Do they contact their building administrator?
I'm pretty sure that even as early as this week, each elementary building and the middle school will start to be sending those invitations. The K2s have certain weeks established this summer. The 3-5 buildings have common weeks established this summer, and then so does the middle school. Some of them overlap, but then some of them have their own week. So it'll be pretty much individual building driven, probably in newsletters, Power School, Facebook pages. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, if we don't have any other questions, we can move into our public comment section. I think it's important to note for our community members that have joined us that at this point, we're asking for public comment on our return to school plan. You know, on our agenda, we do have 2 sections of public comment. This section is for comment on our return to school plan. The next section is for general citizens requesting to comment to the board on any agenda or non-agenda item. So we do have someone in the audience, sir, if you'd like to come up to our microphone, we will take our public comment from our live audience first, and then we'll go to our Zoom audience after.
Just as a reminder, just because we often, sometimes for the community, it is public comment is a little bit different. Our public comment, it is a chance to address the board, but it is not a time for the board to interact. So you will have 3 to 5 minutes to speak to the board in both format, being here or being in the Zoom session. And Vice President Odekirk will have a timer going, and he will let you know when that time is up. Oh, and please also say your name and the city in which you reside. And that is for both public comment during the COVID-19 learning plan, as well as the general board, the request board comment.
Thank you, Mrs. President. My name is Mark Zaman. I reside in Mount Pleasant. I would like the board to consider adding to their future agenda increasing or investigating into information regarding dual enrollment, given that in 2 weeks, the Mid-Michigan College will be annexing the school district, lowering tuition. And I think that would be a good motivation and a good tool to increase the Mid-Michigan College's ability to help our community. I would like also to add to your ask that you add to your back to school plan sensitivity training for asymmetric haircuts or haircuts that might be more African American in nature, or any type of insensitivity training that the school is willing to provide to the teachers before this goes back to school and
At this
possibly
point in
cause
time,
more comment.
this part of the public comment is specific for the learning plan. You can certainly speak again.
Oh, Roger, is that just for the students, or is that for is that learning plan just for the students?
The learning plan is just to address the COVID situation.
Address the what? Sorry.
COVID situation at this time?
Oh, the COVID situation. I'm so sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. I ask that you come back after if there's not any more. Please address the board again.
Of course. And then, of course, dual enrollment with COVID, having students going between 2 schools would be an issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other community members that are here present this evening that would like to comment on our COVID-19 Return to Learn plan? Seeing none, I will move into our virtual participants. And I apologize, I'm working with Mr. Clack to make sure that our virtual participants are able to be unmuted and to be heard. So we're going to try this and hope that this goes well. So again, this evening, we're right now looking at comments on our our Return to Learn plan, our COVID-19 plan. And Wendy, I believe I have given you permission to talk. Are you there? If you're there, please raise your virtual hand again and I will come back to you. Next on my list, I have Katerina. Katerina, are you there? Katerina, can you unmute your microphone?
Sorry, I must have pressed the raise hand accidentally.
Laura, can you hear me?
I can, but my statement applies to the next order of business.
You.
You're welcome.
Bernita, are you there? Bernita, can you hear me? I'll go on to the next person. Christina, are you there?
I am here. My name's Christina Laster, and my issue also is about the next order of business. So if you could come back to me, that would be great. Unless
Because I don't know, I'll continue to go down the list of folks that have their hands raised. Tyra, are you there?
Hi, my name's Tyra. I have a comment. It's not really a question, but I would recommend that you guys provide diversity and inclusion training on your return to learn plan for your teachers and administrators and in school staff. I believe that should be a priority.
We're still talking about our COVID returning plan. And so if you have any comments specific to that, please raise your hand right now so we can address that. And in just a moment, we will take all other comments from the public. If you have a comment directly related to the COVID plan, if you can put your virtual hand down just so we can get to those that do have something specific to this, and then we will address everyone that has a community public comment.
Katie Marie, are you there? Katie, can you hear me? I'll go on to the next hand, which is Desiree. Desiree, are you there?
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for recognizing me, everyone. My name is Desiree. I was hoping that you could address what you are doing for our Black, Brown, Indigenous, and children of color, making sure that they have a priority to return in person, considering that they are the most impacted with being left at home during this crisis. Thank you so much.
Desiree. Trinity, are you there?
Yes, I am, but my question is for the general section and not the section for the COVID. So if you could come back to me, that would be nice.
Back to you here in just a minute. So I'll try Katie one more time. Katie, are you there? Katie Marie. Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. You obviously don't care that much about kids in coronavirus since you let them go back to school, which is very safe. So let's get to the real issues here, which is about the racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, at this time, I feel as though our comments are not directed at a return to learn plan. So if we're comfortable, I know that we have a lot of folks that want to comment. So I want to make sure that we have that opportunity. So we're comfortable with that. I'll go back to the top of the list and work our way down. So we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is I apologize, which is item number 13, the citizens request to address the board on any agenda or non-agenda item. Yes, I apologize. Thank you. Yes.
So anyone at this point who would like to come up and address the board. And then again, just a reminder, 3 to 5 minutes. Vice President Odekirk will let you know your time, and please state your name and your city of residence.
Mark Zeman, Mount Pleasant. Thank you, Mrs. President, for interrupting me last time. I believe that the board heard my out on the Mid-Michigan College annexation, which is being voted on May 4th. So I'd like to go ahead to the sensitivity training, I believe is the correct word. First off, teachers are mandatory reporters to CPS. I think that maybe those guidelines should be reviewed based on a mother who was crying to me about the condition of her child's hair being reported to CPS. And it's the mother's right to share that information. Of course, it would go against laws if it was anyone but her. But I feel like that's wasting our tax dollars and causing more problems for our students than it is helping our students. And then, of course, sensitivity training with asymmetrical haircuts, haircuts that are not of our natural or our ethnic origin. And that sums it up.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Hello, thank you for giving me a moment to speak to you. My name is Donna Giuliani. I am a resident of Blanchard, Michigan, and I am here because I would like to urge sensitivity and timeliness when communicating with parents or guardians, particularly when the concern involves the violation of a young person's body or personhood. It is always necessary to review the policies meant to police young people's bodies, including dress codes, hair codes, and personhood codes. And I hope that as we move forward, we can do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to address the board? You may come up.
Hello, thank you for giving this opportunity for the community to come forward. My name is Christina Smith. I am a resident of Alma, Michigan, but I do attend school here in Mount Pleasant. After hearing about the events that did happen to a particular student and her hair, it is just concerning, and I hope that when moving forward as a board and as a community, just to ensure that there is transparency happening and that all voices are being heard, especially for the person involved and their families. Obviously, this is something that is close to home for me as a kid. I was, treated quite poorly in my small rural community for the hair that I have and where my family comes from. And so just being able to hear directly from the people involved would be a beautiful thing. And I think that it would make a lot of people feel a lot better and safer in this community as well. Just to clarify as well, this isn't like a question answer thing. Like I can't ask questions, right? Okay, cool. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to address the board? Not seeing anyone approach or hands raised, we can now turn it over to virtual. So please raise your virtual hand and we will start the process.
Okay. So the first name on my list is Katie Marie. Katie, are you there? Christina Lasser. Christina, are you there?
I am here. Thank you very much. I am actually asking for the board to formally resolve some issues. I am the Director of Policy and Legislation with the National Parents Union, supporting and empowering the Hoffmeyer family. And we are asking for a formal apology to the Hoffmeyer family for violating their rights and cutting Journey's hair without parental advisement or consent. Formal consequences to the educators and staff who decided to act without parental permission, guidance, or consent and cut Journey's hair. Damages based on the injury and mental anguish that has taken place to this family and child. Formal policies in place that would prohibit future harm in this or any other manner that indicate discriminatory practices based on race, ethnicity, hair type, texture, or style, according to the Crown Act. Resolve to follow the law and not assault children in any way. Resolve to have best transparent practices with a spirit of respected collaboration as parents are co-partners in their child's educations. And resolve to follow the law and best practices when requests are made through the Freedom of Information Act, open and public records requests, and return communications to parents and families. I ask that you would agendize this item to resolve all of these things that I listed for your next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Next, I have Trinity.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. I am also speaking on the same situation concerning Journey Hoffmeyer, I believe that's her last name. I feel as if she needs a voice from the community because as a 7-year-old, she cannot speak up for herself. And I feel like as the board, you should address this formally and in a more harsh matter, because what happened to her was very traumatizing for a 7-year-old and it shouldn't have happened in the first place. And I hope that your action for the librarian that did commit this act of hatred towards the 7-year-old girl who did not deserve it at all is more than a leave of absence or a paid leave of absence, because this was something far more traumatic than just cutting hair, because it was not just hair to this little girl. That's all.
Thank you, Trinity. Maya, are you there?
Hello. I just like to say, I believe the board, along with the school, I mean, I know as a student here at Central, I have to take diversity classes and I have to learn about the roots of oppression. I'm curious if any of you have had to take similar training, and if not, I feel like that should be a necessary thing. I feel like maybe you don't quite understand the impact of hair on the Black community, or how serious this matter actually goes. But if you could take a diversity training, I feel like that would be very helpful, especially for understanding the context of this and why people are so upset about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Laura, are you there?
I am. My name is Laura Ashley Burke, and I am currently a fifth grade educator. I am employed through the New York City Department of Education. I was born and raised in Monroe County and graduated from Adrian College in 2012. As an educator, I am appalled at the complete lack of preparedness of this board, seeing as how many parents and educators are currently attending this meeting. I'm sure you're aware. Given the statement, or lack thereof rather, regarding the biracial child whose hair was cut by staff members, I am truly embarrassed to be an educator from the state of Michigan. Your actions are being seen by the entire country, all over social media, and you most certainly have a responsibility to uphold. It would behoove you to correct this wrong to the full extent and correct the mess you've made for this family, this child, and your district. I yield my time.
Thank you, Laura. Anna, are you there?
Oh, yes, I am here. I would just like to address the board and hopefully have them take a moment of reflection on themselves and so far their lack of response, because every one of you guys sitting there cannot just be sitting there thinking you've done the right thing in the Journey Hoffmeyer case. Honestly, that is all. I really think you guys need to reflect on your morals, your diversity, your training. It is appalling to have heard this happen, to have seen this on social media. And I'm sure there are many, many people here for the same reason. And I really hope you guys reflect on this and add it to your agenda item for your next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Dr. Quartet, are you there?
I am. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Dr. Carrie-Anna Quartet. I'm a former community member of Mount Pleasant. I'm also a former teacher and a former instructor at Central Michigan University, and actually a former co-worker of your current president, Amy. It's good to see you. I'm sorry under the conditions. I am also here to speak about the current information that has made it a nationwide case. What I ask you to do is to think if you had a 7-year-old daughter whose classmate on a bus cut off a pigtail. How would you feel if you came home to find that a classmate had cut off a pigtail? If that were your daughter, I think you would be very upset. I think maybe the basis should be started there. Why did a classmate feel the need to cut hair on the bus? Regardless of what happened after that, there should be no reason why a teacher or a staff member should touch a child's hair. I urge you to take these matters into concern. I echo many of the sentiments of people who went prior to me. If mistakes were made, be honest, be clear, be transparent about the resolutions. This is not a PR solution that can be swept under the rug. The district, the students in the district, and the parents are waiting to see how you will handle this. Please set an example for the students in your district. It may be uncomfortable. Mistakes may have happened, but this is how you need to handle items that are uncomfortable. A teacher should never touch a child's hair. We should probably be asked why a child a biracial child is being teased about her hair to begin with. That is all I have to say. Please be forthcoming with your remediation on this solution. Thank you.
Othelia, are you there?
Yes, I am here. My name is Dr. Othelia Washington Pryor, and I am the founder of the Michigan Minority Health Coalition. And I have been speaking and working and acting in areas for underrepresented people in Michigan for almost the last 30 years. And I would definitely like to address the board on the issue that is on everyone's mind, which is the haircutting incident of Jury Hoffmeyer. Now, I heard you say in the beginning that you made an announcement saying that the media has reported the story in error. Well, if there is an error in reporting the story, I would like to see a response from the board as to what actually happened, because newspapers are liable, and this story is going all across the internet. The current assault that we're seeing on people of color is horrendous, and it starts with the disrespect of this little 7-year-old's hair and her family. People are disrespecting us to the point of even taking our lives. And that level of disrespect has to stop. The librarian or whoever is responsible for cutting her hair should be fired, because this is a violation of her civil rights. I teach on structural racism, and that's exactly what this is. This is institutional racism at a level of an institution, an education institution that we trust with our children. This is something that needs to be addressed. The nation is watching. The assault of people of color has to stop. And it has to stop by the educational system recognizing our humanness and our humanity. I would urge you to give us the correct story or interpretation of actually what happened. I can't imagine. But if this isn't the truth, then you need to let us know, because people in the country are watching and we are up in arms. Thank you for letting me speak to you. And I would admonish the board to have sensitivity training, structural racism training, and just look at the inequity and power between the young girl, her family, and the board. I see all of you sitting there very stoically. This is a very emotional issue for me and other people of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jimmy. Hear us. Courtney, are you there?
Hi, yes. I'm actually using a friend's computer. My name is Taylor Perry. I am a Black student in Isabella County in Mount Pleasant who attends Central Michigan University. And I am speaking on behalf, of course, of the Hoffmeyer family and in support in the Hoffmeyer family. I echo a lot of the other sentiments that have been said in this meeting so far. What I do want to address at this point is the lack of compassion that I have seen come from both the school board and even in this meeting right now. When I've heard some of you speak, there is a lack of compassion, a lack of urgency in the matter. And so I don't believe you are taking us as seriously as we're sounding. So just to say this again, the country is watching what the board is doing. There is no reason why a teacher of any sort should have their hands in any child's hair at any point in time, nor should a child. I believe this can be changed with some diversity in education courses. Absolutely, not only for teachers, but for children as well, because Again, there's no reason why a child should be either teased for her hair or should have her hair cut by another student, let alone a grown adult. I'm not sure you heard me. A grown adult decided to cut a child's hair that did not belong to her, nor did she have permission. So I urge you to show some compassion in this situation and to move quickly with your response, because as I said, we are watching, the country is watching, and there will be a lot of communication between a lot of the Black and brown students and community members in this community if this is not rectified justly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Jimmy again. Jimmy, are you there? Okay, I'll go on to Robert. Robert, are you there?
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. There seems to be a delay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead with your comments.
Okay, my name is Kent County Commissioner Robert S. Womack. I am also co-chair of Governor Whitmer's Black Leadership Advisory Council. I'm not calling to represent either organization, but calling to lend my support to Jimmy Hoffmeyer, his daughter, and his entire family. I won't lay blame on any board member yet until I haven't had a chance to hear from you on this subject, but I am also here to support the National Parents Union, and I agree that this board should make a policy that no child's hair should be cut or altered without parental approval. I also believe some racial sensitivity training must be in place for some of the staff, because if the person who did this is not prejudiced or racist, they are at least clueless to the implications and impact upon a nation from what has happened in Mount Pleasant. I will leave you with this in support of the family. Upon the school bus floor, a child must stare at the broken locks of lost hair, of her own hair lying there. Hair shall regrow, yet our despair lies in the small broken heart that has no repair. The trusted staff gone and lost forever. Her golden curly hair is not a curse, but a treasure that some despise as they fail to recognize the beauty of a princess that was born to rise. She was born to rise. Can't you see it in her eyes? The shaving of her locks may stigmatize and traumatize, but still she shall rise. Can't you see it in her eyes? It continues to happen to children of color, especially those who are Black. So we must enact the Crown Act. We must enact the Crown Act. This is Kent County Commissioner Robert S. Womack, Mount Pleasant Board of Education. Thank you for allowing me this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyra, are you there?
Hi, I'm Tyra from Atlanta, Georgia, and I just wanted to say that I'm here to express concern for the lack of ethnic diversity on this board and within this Michigan school district. The actions of that so-called educator who assaulted the child were disgusting, and remedies should be made to diversify your school staff and administration. I also implore you to tell your teachers and librarians to keep their filthy freaking hands to themselves.
Thank you. Alicia, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here. This is Alicia Lynn, and I'm calling from Virginia. The fact that you are not showing, again, as it's been pointed out, any compassion for the Black student that was assaulted, not only on your bus, but in your school, has shown us that you don't care, number one. Number two, you need to address why a student assaulted that child and that student is not being punished. You also need to address why you are allowing your librarian or teacher to still be employed in your school system for assaulting said Black student, and you sitting up there with this lackadaisical next, okay, thank you, okay, like you're being bothered for being there for doing your job. And I am disturbed to say that I don't see the superintendent who is allowing this not being there. I don't understand. I'm very disappointed in the fact, again, that was pointed out, the racial disparity that all I see is white board members, and I don't see us up there represented. That young lady has been assaulted, and y'all are not addressing that. And you came up there and said that there was, how do you say that it was represented wrong? It was not represented wrong. That young lady, Journey Hoffelmeyer, was assaulted, and you need to own up to that. And again, you are being watched, and it needs to be fixed, and fix it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. A. Fisher, are you there? A. I'll move on to Emmeline, are you there?
Yes, I'm here today. I'm going to go ahead and use my entire 3 minutes. And if you go ahead and give me a warning when we're getting close, I would appreciate it. I'm calling into the meeting from the rural South. I am an anti-racism educator, indigenous to this land. And I am just appalled right now. I'm disturbed. The very first thing I always do when I am contracted to work within a school system or a particular school that has had an incident is look for the OCR data. Imagine my surprise, and if anybody's following along, parents at home, anybody else, Office of Civil Rights data for the school. This includes anything from restraint and seclusion, invitation of CPS and police, offenses, harassment, bullying, and it breaks it down to suspensions. We're talking about corporal punishment, assault on students, and this includes, of course, haircutting. And it breaks it down further by race, color, and national origin. On top of that, it also breaks it down further for IDEA students because there's an immense amount of implicit bias for all of these groups of children in classrooms. And I'm sitting here trying to look up this very basic data that morally and ethically for transparency should be available for any parent, and it's not available. None of it is available. So I'm going to be looking, I'll be sending emails back, okay? Because I want to know why none of this is available for any of the years, for any of these schools. And this is your responsibility to track this data. And also, I just want to go ahead and make a note that we have already just heard that we have two assaults on Journey Hoffelmeyer for their hair. And then we have just heard from somebody else who spoke from your own town just now that CPS was invited into your school and called over a hair incident, and that you needed additional diversity, equity, and inclusion training. So I would also like to direct everybody onto your school district website to the statement of commitment regarding justice, inclusion, and empowerment. How dare you? You have failed everything outlined within this commitment. You have failed. You could not stand with this 7-year-old child at one moment. At one moment. And as an Indigenous person on this land today, I want for you to sit hard and really think about the mechanism of a land acknowledgement, okay? And what that purpose is for my people on this stolen land, and why we even have a land acknowledgement for the people's land that you are on right now. This is stolen land. My name is Nekawal. That means the last of her people. That means my community was lost in genocide. And you're talking about having this land acknowledgement for people who also, my people even face hair discrimination, where our braids are cut. We face hair discrimination. Had this been my community, we would have been out in force. And I'm sitting here in solidarity today with Journey Hoffman and their family, because this is unacceptable. How dare you do a land acknowledgement on Native land and then turn around and say to us, this was misrepresented. I have been to every state in the United States talking about OCR data and teaching students, parents, PTA members, just regular community members, how to end school to prison pipeline. Every school has issues with school to prison pipeline, and this is a good example today. Every school has an issue with implicit bias, with racial violence. We want answers, and the attitude today, not good enough. Thank you.
Christina, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hi, I am here like many others to express my concern over the hair matter. I think what everyone else has articulated before me was probably better than I could have articulated myself, but I just want to also say that I am here for that child, and that your school board and your school district seriously need to take serious these recommendations for diversity and inclusion training, and Journey's family and Journey need to be provided with resources to help her overcome the trauma that she's gone through there.
Felix, are you there?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay, I see my name, so I'm assuming that you guys can hear me. My name is Felix. I am not a resident of Michigan. I just wanted to point out the fact that all the people before me are correct in their assessment that the world is watching, that our nation is watching. I am from Long Beach, California, about 2,300 miles away. And I am deeply, deeply concerned about what's happening, not only at your district, because this is happening across the country, but this is a chance for you guys to step up and be the school district that does it right. At the moment, you guys are doing it wrong. You're sitting there listening to these things, and all you say is okay, and say that it was a mistake, and then that the news is getting it wrong, yet you do nothing to show why you say that. Please take this moment to see that we are watching. The nation is watching. Do it right so our kids do not have to suffer. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak.
Thank you. Kiana, are you there?
Yes, I am here. My name is Kiana. I am from Ypsilanti, Michigan. So I came across the story about Journey Hoffmeyer a couple of days ago. Someone that I know that lives out of state shared the article on Facebook. And when I read it, first what caught me was the look on her face. And then when I read the story and I realized that it was from my home state, not that far away from me, it's really disheartening. And then when I read a follow-up interview where the superintendent, well, the quote in the thing, in the article said the superintendent asked the parent if they wanted sorry cards from the teachers. Like, I was a little bit appalled. And I wish the camera would pan across you guys a little bit faster, a little better, so I can see, at least see if you guys have any reaction to everything that everyone has said. And just imagine if you have a child, you guys are educators, you guys are on that board to make decisions, what's best for the children. Think about, do you really think that an adult should touch a child's hair without calling her parent? Like, if there was a problem, calling her parent, that it's okay for an adult to cut a child's hair, especially since days before she was bullied by another child. So then she gets bullied by an adult. And then we are in a world of social media. This could traumatize her for years, to see her face on the internet. And just not even what she has to go through physically, mentally right now as a child, to have an adult assault you like that. Just think of it. Think of it if it was you when you were 7 years old, or your child, your niece, your student, whatever. A 7-year-old that you know, because I have 7-year-old nieces and nephews, and I was hot. So I really want you, and I wish the superintendent was there, because it would be great to see her reaction, but she's not. So you guys think of that and what you feel like should be done. And we are watching. The world is watching. And it's sad, because I'm from Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler, are you there?
So I'm actually a former Central Michigan student. I graduated and I'm currently getting my social work degree out in Colorado. And we need to call this situation what it is. This was an assault on this poor 7-year-old girl. And the negligence, the racism of these teachers involved is astounding. And these teachers need to be held responsible, and they need to be fired. And any of you that mishandled this situation deserve to be fired as well. And I'm talking to you specifically, even though you're not here, Superintendent Jennifer Verlager. You have shown your incompetence in this situation. Your solutions punish the child, not your employees, the adults who mishandled the situation. And the whole world is watching. And this is just a perfect example. You have the chance to set the perfect example for how to handle these situations, you as the school board. And I hope that you will look within yourselves and not become defensive over this. You have a chance to actually make some change and get rid of the employees that caused this situation. And the community and the world is watching, and if you do not handle this situation correctly, there will be many, many people coming for your jobs. Thank you.
Tyler. Princess Cretan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, Board of Directors. I am zooming in from Beaumont, Texas. I am the Deputy Director of Operations for several charter schools in the state of Texas. I seen this through a social media that was sent to me, and I was just appalled, just like many other people on this call. But what's most important is that I looked at you all's schools budget, and I want you to remember that you all receive federal funding. Federal funding comes along with a lot of regulations dealing with discrimination. You all as board members have a responsibility to hold your superintendent accountable for her negligence. The principal should be fired, the teacher should be fired, and your superintendent should be held accountable. Accountability is the most important thing in this situation. No one is being held accountable for abusing a 7-year-old child. If this was any of our superintendents or principals or teachers, they would have been fired immediately. I ask for you all to consider to put this in your superintendent's evaluation or immediate removal of your principal and superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, are you there? Richard, can you hear us?
Yes. Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me? Great. I see my picture. So good evening, board. My name is Richard. I'm a former educator. I'm a parent of a white student in your district, and mostly, I am a human being. I second Christina Laster's recommendations regarding the Hoffmeyer family situation. I'm embarrassed by this board. Jennifer should be terminated for her lack of leadership, response, integrity, and empathy. I strongly recommend you add this topic to your formal agenda for next month. Please be honest with yourself. Look in the mirror and fix the systemic racism in this district. The country and world are watching, every one of you. You will be judged. You need to take action. I yield my time.
Thank you. Amanda, are you there?
Yes, I am here. My name is Amanda Lee. I am an educator in Chicago and the mother of a biracial child. I would be absolutely flabbergasted if this ever happened to my child, and I can't believe that it was able to happen and that punishment has not come to fruition in my eyes. You guys have the power to make some change. You need to make some change now. Thank you.
Marco, are you there? Marco, can you hear me? Desiree, are you there?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Desiree Weems. I'm a certified sign language interpreter from Boston, Massachusetts. What Ms. Hoffmeyer and her family have endured is quite unsettling. We are undergoing a mass introspection of the inherent racism that the white majority possesses. As educators, I am as an educational sign language interpreter, it is our duty to learn about our own isms, and we need to put what we have learned about ourselves into practice in all that we do. I have actually been recruited to move my family to Mount Pleasant because of my skill in my very niche profession. I'm an anti-racist, and I want to emphasize that this issue has become a national issue. Mount Pleasant has a significant deficit in special educators, specifically those who work with deaf and hard of hearing students. Understand, it is your legal duty to ensure accommodations and service providers to those students who have IEPs. Again, specifically, deaf and hard of hearing students. This is not how you recruit staff. It makes me wonder, does your board have an intentional disenfranchisement policy? Looking through this as a capitalistic lens, your inaction is an assault against the community. You are losing truly qualified, skilled professionals. We do not want to come to your community because of your systematic racism that you refuse to address. I stand with my Black, Brown, Indigenous, and POC students. We, as white people, we have an obligation to be anti-racist. We must never allow the power of educators to oppress our children. You need to do better. If you do not address this issue, you will soon find that you will lose the respect and power that you currently possess. Think about how difficult it is to recruit general education teachers. Now think about how hard it is to get special ed teachers. Now think about how hard it is to get special educators who are certified as BCBAs. Now think about how hard it is to get special educators who are certified BCBAs who are people of color. You are not welcoming the best of the best. By your inaction, by your silence, you are supporting racism. Speak up, speak out. And those of us who have this specialized skill, we will come in droves. We will be there to support you. Be the champions that we know that you can be. Do better. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Tanya, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Can you hear me? I see my name, so I'm assuming that you can hear me. My name is Tanya Costella. I'm calling all the way from Bentonville, Arkansas. I am one of the many people that have heard about Journey's story. I only found out about it about an hour ago. I think that it's been said enough how disheartening it is to hear about Journey's story. Unfortunately, I'm not surprised. It's something that Black people have to go through every single day, racism in this country. I want to impress upon you once again that the country is indeed watching. I could be outside playing with my family, enjoying the weather. I'm in another state after all across the country, but I am here this evening because it is incredibly disturbing to see the lack of compassion, the lack of empathy from the staff, from the board, going through the lengths of saying that claims are being inaccurate while you're not really providing what you would call accurate claims. I also want to let you know that it's extremely concerning and, as a lack of a better term, shady to see that any public facing platforms that the school district used to have, like your Facebook and Twitter pages, have been disabled. So that is limiting social discourse and an ability for people to share their thoughts in a public matter beyond this meeting today. Once again, I would like for you to ask yourselves what type of environment you're fostering in your school district, that not only students felt safe enough to harass a student, but a teacher felt that same freedom as well. It's just hurtful to see the amount of inaction, the amount of hatred. I mean, if someone were to cut my hair in any space, let's say at work, that would be harassment. And it's no different that it happened to a student by the hands of a teacher. So do better. I yield my time.
Thank you. Samantha, are you there?
Yes, I am. I am from Ypsilanti, Michigan, and I am a student in the Ypsilanti School District. And I would like to say that how you, as a school board, are handling Journey's issue is appalling to me. The fact that you have not said anything except for thank you for your time is honestly very disgusting. You are putting off this issue that needs to be discussed. And like as others have said today and tonight, you and your entire staff need diversity training. And I have to agree with others here that uh, your librarian has literally assaulted a child. You do realize that, right? That is a child that was assaulted by an adult. You could be sued and they would win. They could get so much out of you. This entire country is watching and seeing that your disaction is so disheartening to so many people. And another thing that I'd like to say before my time is over with all of you is that your disaction is just showing by POC students that you don't care for them at all in any way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Samantha.
Hello.
Christy, are you there?
Yes, hello. My name is Christy. I am actually a resident of Mount Pleasant, and we've heard a lot from people out of town, whether in Michigan or other states. And I just wanted to first thank the board for allowing us to speak. And second, just share that locally there is some concern here as well. And I would just ask the board, we'd love to have more information on this issue. I think it's important to be informed, and we do care about diversity here in Mount Pleasant. I hope, as many said, the world is watching this issue, and as a local person, I just ask you to consider what's being said and to address it in the best way possible. Thank you very much. You all have a good night.
Tracy, are you there?
Yeah, it's actually Ismail. So this is Ismail. Decided to sit in on this board meeting. For all that are listening, I am a resident of this district. I am not weighing in, but I've had children in this district for approximately 6 years. So as I've heard the world mentioned a bunch of times, my children have gone to this specific school. We had a bullying incident. I'm proud to say that the principal addressed it directly within the day. I feel strongly that our school district will do its due diligence and have faith in the board, understanding that this is an HR issue. At least as a resident of Mount Pleasant, I understand that you cannot comment. It's my understanding, although I feel bad for Ms. Hoffmeyer, this occurred in public transportation, not school district transportation. In reading the articles, I would request anybody on the call to go FOIA the police report, understanding that everyone involved are mandatory reporters. I look forward to hearing the actions of CPS. And I have full faith in the board and the people that are sitting there. I'm not going to say you're stoic because it's so far away. I don't understand how anybody could glean your reactions. But understanding we can do better. Our community is solid, and I do look forward to the details that the board puts forth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shauna, are you there?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shauna Patterson Stevens, she, her, hers. To further emphasize the recent calls for increased transparency made earlier this evening, I believe it's important to note that several steps to center Journey's trauma and provide her and her family with access to adequate support and resources should be attended to. And I think it's important to note that the community may also want to be included in sustained dialogue to swiftly correct the action. I think the thing that's really missing here, and what I'm hearing tonight, and what I'm experiencing myself, is just feeling loss of trust, feeling loss of safety. This feeling is widespread and felt amongst BIPOC and other marginalized communities within this region. I'm also very hesitant to send my children to school at this point. One being so young that he can't speak for himself, so would not be able to communicate for me what happened if this were to occur to him. It actually has me rethinking what I plan to do with my own children. We have an understanding that this is a systemic issue, typically one that would be observed by an open statement or a town hall meeting led by educators of the school, maybe in collaboration with the superintendent and the board. And although these opportunities may be hampered by COVID-19, perhaps some space for community healing and processing should occur. I also want to extend myself as a resource to provide additional educational opportunities and development for teachers and administrators, as well as yourselves if you're interested. And I further look forward to observing your updates in the days to come and to hear from the board in person with regard to how this conversation will continue to be advanced and operationalized.
Thank you. Regina, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say first that I'm a parent and grandparent, and I support the parents' frustration and failure to reach a person that could address the problem. And furthermore, I think that when we start looking at these type of situations, we need to come up with ways to help. And so my reason for being here is to make a suggestion that you guys have some kind of a telephone tree for when there is a concern and they can't reach the like the principal or the superintendent, that somebody is available to address these concerns where the family didn't have to wait a whole week to get someone to hear their problem. And maybe that would have gone a long way in addressing some of these concerns. And I want to thank you guys. I know that what you're doing as a school board is very hard. And I know there's a lot of information that we do not have access to. So I think it's important that people just stay open-minded in some regards to this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy, are you there?
I am. Thank you so much. I'm Stacy. I am from Tallahassee, Florida. I am absolutely outraged by the assault that took place against Journey Hoffmeyer. Teachers have the power to make or break students, and the action taken by the teachers in your district has broken this student's spirit, and it needs to be repaired. Many districts have begun thinking about trauma, especially due to the pandemic, but we don't talk enough about the school-based trauma that is inflicted on students by teachers and staff members. The school-based trauma that Journey endured by this incident needs to be addressed and corrected immediately. Also, I noticed that you acknowledge the land that you inhabit. Based on a small amount of research I was able to get done in preparation for this meeting, it appears that you've checked that box. So congratulations on that. You all have so much work to do in ensuring the safety and dignity of Black and Brown students, as well as Indigenous people. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that people all over this country have had to zoom in to help you all understand how egregious this act was against Journey. As an educator, there was no need for the librarian to touch this student's hair. As a parent, I don't see any reason why there was a need for anyone to touch this student's hair. As a Black woman, there was absolutely no reason for this, for anyone to touch this student's hair. I'm absolutely appalled by how this incident has played out and how your lack of compassion and empathy is so ingrained throughout those who have been involved in this situation. I echo the demands of the Hoffmeyer family and the National Parents Union and wish for them to be addressed at your next board meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See, Barry, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me? I'm assuming you can hear me because I can see my name there.
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Chelsea and I'm from San Diego, California. So that's kind of how far-reaching this story has become. And I just wanted to reiterate everything that everyone has said before me, in that I'm also a mother. And this story is very upsetting. And it is inadequate and inappropriate to say that it is just inaccurate information. There needs to be a formal explanation of what happened and also what actions are going to be taken to hold whoever did this accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. We have somebody in the audience who would like to address the board.
Sorry, everyone. I do realize I have been up here before. Again, my name is Christina. I am from the Mount Pleasant community. I wanted to offer just I guess, a point of information to the board, maybe an inquiry, really. If you guys do use proper Roberts rules throughout your entire process, yes? Just like a head nod would be super. Okay, thank you. My only request would be, in order to sufficiently view this process, to have some form of a discussion platform offered, because it is strange to see that, you know, everyone on this board maybe feels a little bit like this is punishment for you. And I think that for people involved who have gone through experiences like this, who have felt the way that this young girl likely did feel in that moment, it's strange to see that everyone here sitting here doing their job feels some form of punishment. And that's not what this is. I think that us being concerned for what really happened is completely valid, and understanding what exactly happened, that needs to be addressed at the most transparent as possible. Everyone said that before, yes. Earlier today, I had a conversation with my cousin who had previously been an educator here, and the way that she had proposed it was that this woman who, according to every article I've read, had cut this young child's hair, that she is her friend, she is not racist, that this is not possible, that her friend couldn't do this. And frankly, I have plenty of friends who have left my side because of the social unrest that has happened in the past year. And that has been a struggle for me and for everyone on this call who's trying to express their sadness and their grief. And hearing that from an own family member, that no, this is my friend, this can't happen, but trying to disregard the possibility of this young child feeling like she doesn't belong in her own community, that doesn't sit right with me. And as well for myself, being from a place where my own mother, who went and she volunteered every single day at my school when I was in elementary school, she got made fun of for not being here, not being from this place. And that's not okay. And I hope that if there's anything that I can do, and I hope that there is some form of empathy out there on this board that feels that way, that we need to see that and we need to change it, because it's not okay. And there are children here who have felt oppressed and racism against them and some form of prejudice, and that does exist. And that shouldn't be swept under the rug. That is real. And I'm sorry, maybe I went over my time, but if there is time left, I yield it. Thank you.
Yes, there's another person in the audience if you'd like to approach the podium.
Hi, my name is Dorothy, and I'm from Saginaw. And I just came out here today because, well, I had made a call, and your first statement that, you know, what we had been told was wrong. And it just sitting here and watching you guys and watching you through the call, the worst part, well, no, the worst part of it is for this precious little girl and what she must have went through, and the fear and the hurt and the disbelief. But I have not seen one person at this board that even has a slight. I've cried over this. I don't know this child, but it looks like none of you care. And you just make a statement that, well, the facts weren't true. Well, what's going to happen? The little boy or the child that cut her hair should be dealt with. The people, the staff members should be dealt with. I don't care that maybe every single fact out there is not true, then give us the facts. And what's going to happen? Somebody needs to be held responsible. I could go on, but it just, the biggest part of it all, I'm so glad I came, is not one person here. And I could be really rude and point out one in particular that just looks like she just wants to slam her head into her board and, you know, leave. Yeah, you, ma'am. You got to care. If you don't care, don't be here. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that is in the room that would like to address the board? May I have a record for the record statement? Yeah, I'll go to the podium. And once I say what I have to say, I'll probably leave. Hello, my name is Alice Jo Ricketts. I am ex officio for the Mount Pleasant Public School Board. That means I'm a non-voting member. I work for the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe. I'm a tribal council member. I am also a chaplain. That's the favorite part of my job, is I get to pray about everything. As you read our Indigenous statement, I'm very proud to be a member of a federally recognized tribe. I have a wonderful husband. His name is Kevin Ricketts. Some of you may know him as Coach, and he's in the audience here. We have mixed children. We are very proud of who we are. In our tribe, you may know even by watching movies that Native people, their identity is in their hair. And we have laws in our land when it comes to our hair. We have a children's code for the Anishinaabe Child Welfare Program. If you're a foster parent and you feel like the child needs a haircut, you have to ask their biological parent if it's okay. Now, the reason I share this story is my heart does go out to this child. My heart goes out to the person that may have cut the hair. I don't even know the full story. I wish I did. I know Kelly Mogg. She's a good woman. I don't think she would ever intentionally hurt a child. But as a Native woman, I know that we take pride in our hair, and I know the African American takes pride in their hair. So I wanted to make that statement and just let you all know that I'm praying about this situation. I am fierce warrior of love, fierce warrior of having wisdom when we address real sensitive situations. So as the board, I would really encourage you to dig deep. Dig deep, because this is a really big community. You know, the tribe, we want to build those bridges. And I know growing up, I'm 55 and I'm not ashamed to say my age. I grew up in this community and I've seen a lot, but I've always wanted to be a bridge builder not a destroyer. So let's do the right thing. And with that, I'm going to leave because we have foster children that need to be picked up. So God bless you and make the right decision. Alice Joe.
Alice Joe.
Alice Joe. Oh, my bag. Thank you. It's heavy, isn't it?
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to address the board? Not seeing anyone, we can go back to online.
Our next virtual comment is from SVSU RHA. Are you there?
Hello, my name is Abby Sura, and I am a student at Saginaw Valley State University and a native to Mount Pleasant in Isabella County. I myself am a nanny as a means of providing for myself. The two girls in the family that I work for both attend Ganyard Elementary. To hear of these raises many concerns for me, and knowing that there is a school who has yet to share their interpretation of events and the claims. As I'm sure the board is familiar with, the vision statement of Mount Pleasant Public Schools is to create an inclusive school community of engaged, inspired, and empowered learners. Whether Journey is beautifully biracial or not, when we simply look at the facts, she is a female minor whose bodily autonomy was violated when her hair was cut. Even if Journey asked the librarian to cut her hair, she is 7 years old and unable to give consent. If her hair was an issue of concern to her, the librarian or educator should have made that call to Journey's parents regarding the matter. Hair is precious in hundreds of cultures around the world. Whether you are Black, white, Jewish, Native, or biracial, the hair that one has on an individual's head is a symbol of empowerment. Aside from issues of consent, violation of bodily autonomy of Journey as a 7-year-old, and lack of cultural competence and regard, Article 12 of Public Act 299 from 1980, as amended, requires a license to practice cosmetology in the state of Michigan. An individual shall not perform any cosmetology services with or without compensation on an individual other than a member of his or her immediate family without a license. An individual shall not perform any cosmetology services, including hair cutting, without a license in the state of Michigan. I may not be a professional in understanding legal policy or jargon, but thanks to Michigan.gov and Google, I have been able to recognize and know in merely 10 minutes of research that what has been done to Journey Hoffmeyer is a legal issue that cannot be dismissed by some apology card offered to the Hoffmeyer family by the superintendent. I yield my time.
Thank you. Bernita, are you there?
Hello, hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hi, so I have Mr. Hoffmeyer on the phone. Mr. Hoffmeyer, can you move away from the computer so they won't hear reverb? I have Mr. Hoffmeyer on my computer, and I would like to also keep my time and his as well, because every time he tried to come through, he kept getting unmuted or muted back. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hoffmeyer.
Hi, this is Journey's dad, Jimmy Hoffmeyer. Just want to say mainly thank you to everybody that called in today. We greatly appreciate your support. And to ask the board members, when did teachers' credentials add duties? And what the biggest issue was trying to find this information. I've always answered your calls, your emails. I've been a part of this community my entire life. So for this to happen is I just don't understand what she was thinking and why she would make this decision and why it's okay to protect the parent regardless of the situation or what she had thought. That's all I have to say.
Also, this is this is Bernita Bradley, so I'd like to take my time. I'd just like to point out the fact that this did not start with the child cutting Journey's hair. This also started with antagonizing comments from that specific adult in the classroom who constantly asked Journey about her hair, who constantly had an issue with Journey's hair being untamed in her view. What I would like to also add is that when a child sees an adult having an issue with another child, then it is automatic that children will have an issue with that child, which could have perpetuated this child cutting the hair. I don't know who has their mic open, but can you turn your mic off so that I can talk? So with that being said, I am asking that this board addresses this issue promptly. As Christina Lasker said, I am the Michigan delegate for the National Parent Union, and I am demanding that within the next 10 business days, we hear from not just this board, but the superintendent on what actions will be taken. I also expect that Monday, next month, it will be a topic of interest on this board meeting, and that we keep constant contact about what will happen about this teacher or staff member or whatever she is considered. We would like to also thank every person across this country who has eyes on this situation. We would like to know as a board that our eyes will stay on this situation and every other situation that comes to your board table about misconduct when it comes down to children. Thank you.
Lindsay, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I would first like to say that I live in Virginia. And when I was around 10 years old, a kid on my school bus cut my hair. But I'm white. No one has ever told me my hair is illegal. No one has ever told me my hair wasn't good enough for a job and to change it. My teachers never made fun of me for my hair. I can't believe that there's an entire community of people who aren't seeing something wrong with this. She's a sweet little 7-year-old girl. A teacher shouldn't go near her hair. I guess it doesn't really matter what everyone has to say about it, and this board is going to do whatever they decide is best. But I really, really hope that you decide that being decent human beings is what's best. That's all.
Thank you. Megan, are you there?
Hi, yes, I am. I'm Megan, and I'm a 16-year-old honors student. I'm from Los Angeles, which is, as we've figured out by now, really, really far away. I have homework to do, and I have a class tomorrow. I shouldn't have to be here. No one should have to be here, but I am because of adults who just can't even be bothered to educate themselves. And I would just like to ask the board to consider their morals. As a minor, I am disgusted, absolutely disgusted by the clear lack of empathy coming from people who are meant to be in charge of children. This situation should not be addressed by the board solely as something to be ignored because it's not factual. Give us the facts. I'm concerned for other students who are meant to be protected by you all. I hope that you all take a moment of reflection at some point this night and just feel shame, honestly. The fact that this has been suggested countless times before me should be signifying something, but I recommend diversity and sensitivity training, not only for students, but for all staff and administrators, including the board members to who I am addressing. I fear that if the board does choose to act on not just a hateful act, but calling it what it is, assault on a 7-year-old girl, they'll be praised. And I would like to remind everyone here that the beginning of this meeting alone, and honestly just the responses to concerns of not only the community but the entire country, are enough to prove that sensitivity training is absolutely necessary, and honestly just the start of how they should be addressed. Shame on all of you, especially if she's even bothering to listen to this at some point. Shame on you, Jennifer, the superintendent. This is honestly embarrassing for all of you. I'm a 16-year-old having to sit here and lecture adults. I hope you're embarrassed and I hope you feel shame. Take a moment at some point tonight and just reflect on basic morals. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica, are you there? Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Good evening, everybody. I'm calling right here from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. I am a biracial woman and a student at Central Michigan University. And as a former student of this school district, firstly, I would like to thank Alice for her statements, and I would like to commend you for being the first to take a step to help mend the situation. I would like to address the lack of compassion shown by this board and just say that it's appalling. And I'm ashamed that this board lacks diversity. And I would like to request that the board issues a formal apology to Journey Hoffmeyer and her family for the assault that took place. This is a violation of her rights and the rights of her parents, as they were not contacted. This situation is now a nationwide issue, and we will rally behind the Hoffmeyer family. This issue did not start with the Hoffmeyer family, and this is your chance to do the right thing. You're telling us the media has it wrong, but when will you correct them? And when will you put yourselves in her parents' shoes and realize that if this was a white child and an African-American teacher, this situation would have been handled the day of. And the remarks made by the superintendent need to be addressed as well. Remember that the nation is watching, and the nation has heard the story of a biracial child being assaulted by a librarian. Actions need to be taken, and the teacher responsible needs to be fired, not placed on leave. She needs to be held accountable, and sensitivity training needs to be a priority going into the next school year. I yield my time.
Thank you. Tatum, are you there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me? All right, I can see my name, so I'm going to assume that you can hear me. So I live on the west side of Michigan here, and I'd just like to say, whether it was on public transportation or in the school district, it was between students and administration, and it's a reflection of the community and clearly not an isolated incident at that, as we've heard earlier from comments. Based on the comments made by those in the community, the understanding of this incident may be lacking. I know it's not easy in the community to hold each other accountable, especially since you do know each other, but the motivations and intentions of this woman were at worst malicious and at least ignorant. I learned about this incident on social media, and I was so disappointed when I found out it was in Michigan. As someone who went to a public school on the west side of Michigan, I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised. And it reminds me of my school board and how they failed me and my classmates when we brought up serious issues that were important to us. That's actually what led me to get into public administration, which I just finished my degree on, and I'm going to start a master's on soon. I just want to advocate for the students in your district. I know we're all much, much older than middle school, elementary school, or high school students, and we may have forgotten what it's like to be that young. The students of your district deserve better. Journey deserved the right of bodily autonomy and consent. She also deserves the right to not be around those adults who made her feel uncomfortable. She is 7 years old and she should feel safe. Instead, those employees that she looked up to, those employees who had access over her, who she trusted, overstepped their bounds. And if the actions recommended earlier seem harsh, I urge you to reevaluate and reflect on an educational and systematic practices level, as well as a personal level for each and every one of you. As others have said before, hair is very important culturally, and that may be something that you don't quite understand, as well as I, as being a white woman. I may not ever understand that to the fullest degree, but I can at least educate myself enough to protect those and defend those around me. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Carolina, are you there? Carolina, are you there? Jordan, are you there?
We only drove.
Go ahead, Betty.
Hello, my name is Betty, and I am from the state of Missouri. I heard about this case on Facebook like many others, and I am the mother and a grandmother. I have 5 granddaughters. Several are biracial. The thought that someone would do that to a child is very unnerving. I, as a child, grew up in the 1960s in an all-white school. And although my hair was not cut, I was ostracized and made to feel inferior because I was different. My desire is that each one of you go within yourselves and at least have some empathy for those who are not like you, who have faced this kind of harsh treatment from white people. Our desire is just to live a life that is golden, not pockmarked with racial foolishness. I can't imagine what that teacher could have been thinking when she did that. But I hope that you guys will find it within yourselves to fire her and anyone else who does not have the mental capacity to understand what that action meant to that child, to that family, and to this nation. Please understand, we are tired and we want action. I yield my time and I thank you.
Thank you. Jordan, are you there now?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, I can see my name. I am actually from Clinton Township, Michigan. I just came across this story today, and I'm very lucky that I was able to join this meeting and speak to you all. I would just like to echo the thoughts of everyone previous to me and say that I am beyond appalled at not only the action, this assault on a 7-year-old child, but at the lack of action by the entire district, not just the board, your principal, your superintendent, your assistant superintendent. Every single one of you there has a part of responsibility in this. And I watched my father be on the school board of East Detroit for 8 years when I was younger. I would like to say that one of the most important parts of your job is not just listening to us, but responding to the comments. I know that one of the biggest parts is compiling all of the comments and responding to them at the end of the meeting. And I would be very interested to see what you all have to say after the absolute just lack of care that I see. It seems like you all have honestly the utmost contempt for the speakers that you're hearing today. And it's sickening because we're all coming to rally around this child who has been assaulted, who has been disrespected, who is probably beyond traumatized, scared to come to school again. And you all sit there acting like it's just another day, not even putting this on as a topic specifically to be addressed tonight. We had to come on from all around the country, different places, and bring it to your attention as though you didn't know it happened. The only response we get is that that's not the facts and that's not the proper story. But I mean, we all know what needs to be done. I know at the end of the day that you're going to do whatever you want to do, but we all know that the teacher needs to be fired, the librarian, whatever she is, she needs to be fired. The superintendent should lose her job. The assistant to the superintendent should lose her job, and the principal should be fired as well. If all of these people are not held accountable, it speaks volumes to the entire nation about what your message is on racial discrimination. And yeah, that's all I'd like to say. I yield my time.
Thank you. Tosha, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I've listened. Okay, I'm Katasha. I am from Arlington, Texas. And like a lot of us that are not in your state, we heard it through social media. I've listened to a lot of people say you should have diversity and inclusive training. I disagree. I took the time and I looked up the composition of the people in your area. You're 85.70% white, 4% black. Diversity for y'all, I don't think it would work, especially if you do it like Starbucks did. Take a couple hours out of the day, and that's it. You're never going to learn empathy or sympathy like that. You need to take the time and do community service in those communities, in the areas where you have your black people. That way you can learn what our issues are, how to get better at it. Because you had an adult in a school system that bullied a child, whether she cut her hair or one of those kids did. There was bullying going on, and the adult in the situation didn't jump in to intervene. She made it worse. I'm looking at your school board. I see no diversity up there, just white. Get you some people of color up there. They will help you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Victoria, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You can. Go ahead.
All right, awesome. Thank you. So I found this on social media first thing this morning, and I was very disturbed to notice that the superintendent had disabled her email address from the get-go. And I've been with this the whole time. We even have a Discord to discuss this because of how disgusted we are as a community, a widespread across the nation community. I cannot believe that an adult, how can an adult pick on a child for something that child was born with? That is her hair. That man, y'all need so much introspection and so much work. And I second the woman before me saying that there is no diversity up on there, because there is not. As a white woman, y'all should be so ashamed of yourselves. Anti-racism, y'all are so sick. I can't. I'm done.
Thank you. Brooke, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So I wanted to talk about this idea that the media reports are incorrect. So from my understanding, the incident took place on March 24th and 26th over the course of those few days. Given that it's been almost a month since then, it's not really better to not have, a firm idea of what happened, to not be able to speak on that idea. It really just demonstrates a lack of prioritization from y'all. I think that's really important to think about. The other thing I want to talk about is the idea that this student had a positive relationship with the teacher. It doesn't matter. A child is a child. They're not able to consent to something like a haircut. As one of the prior speakers was saying, right, you have to have a license to cut somebody's hair outside of your family. It's illegal. This was an assault by a teacher on a child, and the fact that it's been weeks and weeks since this assault and you still don't have your facts straight enough to give us a statement, to me, it feels like you guys just don't want to talk about it and you just want to discredit what we're saying. I also agree there's not a lot of diversity here, if any at all. And I think that it's easy when you're in an insular environment to feel scared or to feel threatened by an issue like this, but this really is an opportunity for all of you to learn, for all of you to make the right decision, and for some of you to step up and talk to your fellow board members and talk about how you guys can make this change. I know it probably seems scary or it seems like something you don't want to prioritize or do, but the very fact that we're here almost a month later and you still don't have a prepared statement, you still don't want to get into the details, it speaks for a lot. So I hope you guys will think about that and you'll think about what changes you can make. And I really hope you do some introspection because a child was assaulted. I cannot emphasize enough that a child was assaulted. And I hope you guys will take that a lot more seriously than you have already. I yield my time.
Thank you. Diane, are you there?
Yes. I'm Reverend Diane Steer, and I'm the rector at St. John's Episcopal Church in Mount Pleasant. I very much appreciated Chaplain Alice's comments and several of the comments that have been made regarding looking at this as an issue about empathy. One of the baptismal vows we make as Episcopalians is to respect the dignity of every person. And I think that's the wound that is so deep for people as they have read about this incident, regardless of whether facts are wrong or not. The thing that seems to be rubbing everybody is the lack of respect for individuals. Dismissing staff is not going to correct a matter of disrespect at the heart. We need to find a way to foster a culture of respect instead of defensiveness. And it may be true that training in diversity and inclusiveness is not going to be sufficient to engender and build a culture that recognizes difference as a good thing and not as a situation of something being right and something else being wrong. I would really encourage you and our community as a whole to ask how we can begin to nurture respect for one another in all our differences, and to recognize that diversity is a gift and not something to be squashed. I hope we can all make serious attempts to do better, and that you might take advantage of the resources available to you to help make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is just listed as Zoom user. If you could introduce yourself, that would be great.
Hi, yes, I'm sorry. I thought I had my name up there. My name is Noelle. I'm a social worker, about 2 hours away from Mount Pleasant. I just kind of want to just, urge you to listen without judgment, without defensiveness. and make the right actions, but don't do it just because you're being urged. Don't do it because there's such a public outcry. Do it because it's the right thing. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Allison, are you there? Can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Taylor, are you there?
Well,
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you, Taylor. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say, I'm interested to get some more information about the timeline. I know a few people have talked about it, but I'm interested in getting more information about when this was brought to the superintendent's attention, and then any sort of lapse that may or may not have occurred before coming to the board. I also think a good approach to the whole situation would maybe to have been to ask the family what could have been done in order to help them feel comfortable sending their child back to school, instead of making assumptions about what they may or may not have appreciated as a response from the school. I understand the board can't comment until public comment has concluded, and perhaps not even at that point if this is a legal matter. I do have confidence that you will implement the appropriate measures because you have been elected by our community members and you represent who we are as a community. I do understand that is a serious responsibility, and I believe you all view it as such. I do also want to acknowledge to individuals who are not from this community that our school board members are voted on by the community. So the fact that you may or may not see diversity on the board is through no fault of the board members, but they've been chosen by us as a community. So I'm confident that you guys will implement the correct measures in order to rectify this situation and to come out as a better, stronger school community. Thank you.
Thank you. Julissa, are you there?
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, Julissa. Go ahead.
All right. So, hello. I'd like to start by saying that I'm a student here at Central Michigan University who will be taking on my student teaching internship this coming fall. I'd like to start by saying that I've personally worked with Journey during volunteer work at a local elementary school, and I'm appalled at how this amazing and bright little girl has been treated. I am thankful that I've decided to student teach in a different school district because I value diversity and inclusion in the classroom and could not represent a school district that shows no remorse for such a horrendous action. As a future educator, I should be able to look to my community for guidance as I take on my career path. However, my community has shown me exactly what not to do. I will stand by her and her family and strive to make sure that my future classroom is a safe space where all students are welcomed, no matter their race, gender identity, hair color, or background. Every student should feel welcomed and comfortable, and you have robbed this little girl of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Priska and Alan, are you there?
Yes, we are. Can we put us on? Yes. I am Priska Gamble, and I'm a current resident of Mount Pleasant, and I just feel compelled to chime in here because I need to learn and understand why, or if what I'm hearing and what I have read myself is indeed true. And what is the plan to remedy this? I heard many suggestions offered this evening, and I am really urging and imploring the board to embrace all of them because I think they are feasible. Probably you can, when I say to embrace all of them, at least you need to take them into consideration, each one of them. People are talking from their heart. People are emotional. I am appalled. I am disappointed. I think one of the things I want to say is that our own children attended Mount Pleasant Public Schools, and they really enjoyed that place 17 years ago. And they're biracial too. And we would not have accepted this behavior at all. It's deplorable. I'm disappointed, but I want to say that I am hopeful that you know what to do, having received all of these suggestions. And I have faith that Mount Pleasant Public Schools can do better. I think that all children is important, regardless of their race, color, ethnicity, doesn't matter. And I think that this behavior is bordering on the child's human rights. And this is significant when the disrespect occurs like that for a child who is a minor and seemingly defenseless. None of us can judge your hearts or your minds. And I would dare say that, because I know some of you on the board, and I think that perhaps you haven't expressed this yet, but I think some of you are appalled at this behavior, and it would be well worth the time to speak up about it and be truthful to your inner self and do what is right for the child, for yourself, and for the entire community, and for all those of us listening. I thank you.
If I can just have another 30 seconds or so. This is Alan, Priska's husband, the father of our two biracial daughters. One of the things when we shared the story with our daughters, our older one, I said, I just really wish I could reach out and give her a hug. And so I know that it is traumatizing. I've heard several people say that there's just no empathy or compassion. And I honestly, having been a member of this community for 20 plus years, I can't accept that. I know people on the board. I think it is deeply disturbing that there is a lack of transparency, especially in comments from the superintendent. It just don't seem appropriate at all. But I feel that there is empathy, there is compassion, and the board does reflect us as a community. And it is, I am ashamed. I'm glad that we have the opportunity, or that you're giving us a chance to speak and that you're listening. I know it's difficult. It's a difficult format to just sit and listen and not be able to dialogue and consult. But thank you for the opportunity, and I wish you to search the conscience and keep listening and act appropriate ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Corinne, are you there?
I am. Let me just start off by saying, don't thank me for this, just because it's really not for your benefit. And so far, you doing that has just come off as extremely condescending. So we'll just save that for somebody else. But I wanted to comment on the fact that it does not take a genius to figure this out. Someone else already commented on the fact that this has been a month in the making, and yet it wasn't even on your discussion. Are you serious? Because like someone else mentioned, their child, they got their bully taken care of instantly. So in the case of an assault, you're gonna drag butt? That just seems really backwards to me, completely backwards. And as well, do you, there's no way you don't know what child endangerment is. Every one of you on that board knows what happened. And that goes back to the fact that you want to say that the story is not completely correct. What could you correct about it to make it right? What in that story is wrong that would make it okay to you? Because I really don't see anything in that. So you know that this abuser has assaulted this girl and you're letting her around other students. That is child endangerment, and every one of you should be charged with it. Now, we can go on about how bad you guys have dropped this ball, but really we should just talk about what should be done. I think the only way to rectify this is not just the training, because obviously you need it. Obviously you've had it. Someone already said you've had it before and it did not work. What needs to be done is you need to press charges against this woman. She assaulted a minor. It does not take a genius. That is all.
Carrie, are you there?
Hi, my name is Carrie Rodriguez, and I'm Matthew, Miles, and David's mama. I'm also the founder and the president of the National Parents Union. And I'm addressing you tonight on behalf of the 15 million families who are a part of our organization. I'm here to express our collective grief, anger, frustration, and disgust, not only with the conduct of these educators who took it upon themselves to assault this child, who is a precious and beautiful part of our collective village, but also about how this family has been treated so incredibly disrespectfully when they were seeking information about this incident that made them a victim, as well as their children. So I am privy to all of the details of this situation directly from the source. And I can assure all of you that this was a violation of Journey's civil rights. It is my great hope that every single one of us are privy to those details so that we can face the hard truth and start making some serious corrective action in this situation. And number one corrective action should be the ending of the retaliation against this family and what they're facing right now. It is my commitment to Journey, to this family, and to all of you that we will continue to pour our resources into ensuring that there is justice for this family. We will pursue this at every single level, including into court. And I promise you that we will match your lack of urgency and apathy with an incredible wave of powerful love from mamas across this country who will continue to rise in support of this family. Not only should there be restorative justice for this child and this family, and they must be made whole, but there needs to be a strong message sent to every educator, every school, and every system across this country that it is a great gift and a huge honor and responsibility when we entrust our children to you every single day. These are our children. Keep your hands off our babies. And until you deal with this situation correctly, continue to expect us. You come for one of us, you come for all of us. Do better. I yield my time.
Sophia, are you there?
Hello. I'm from California. I'm a senior. I just want to start off by talking about a situation that I had. I'm Mexican. I've endured racism, and the racism that I endured was not taken seriously, which is what seems is what's happening now. I've been bullied for my hair, which is not at all the same situation that Journey is going through, and it has still left me traumatized. I have been called an elephant for my big ears, and I've never worn my hair up since. I was 8 at the time. Journey is 7. I really hope that you take this situation seriously and can somehow minimize the trauma that Journey is going to have to endure, and take the situation seriously, because the situation that I was in and the racism that I had endured as a Mexican was, again, like I said, was not taken seriously. And I hope you can do the right thing and press charges against the teacher that cut Journey's hair. Thank you. I yield my time.
S. Major, are you there? Sophia, are you there? Christina, are you there?
Excuse me. Yes, I am. I apologize. And let me just start off saying, I'm actually going to thank you. I'm going to thank you for still being here and letting people have their say. I know that this past, I don't know, since the story broke, but definitely this past meeting, you've been sitting there taking a lot of heat. Um, and you're doing it. So I appreciate that. On the other hand, I'm not going to say that it's not well deserved because it is well deserved heat. Um, your initial statement was milk toast at best, that the facts are wrong, when people are clearly desirous of the facts. If you want to get the story right, then the quickest thing to do would be to let people know what the real facts are. I think you had one gentleman a little earlier who went on about how his own children had a bullying situation and it was dealt with quickly. Well, even if the initial incident where Journey's hair was cut was on public transportation and not school transportation, guess what? The school board still can step in, because they do and they can and they have a legal obligation to step in for off-campus incidents. So his assertion that nothing can be done, or that it's not the school board's place or the school's place to take care of it, is incorrect. But I'm like one of many people who are calling from around the country just because we were curious to see what you would say, what is being done. And as people have told you, it's not enough. At this particular juncture, it's not enough. You know, the people who were in the audience attested to your stoicness in demeanor. And when this is over and you make your comments and you can say how moved you were or how unmoved you were, I don't know. And hopefully you are, but just imagine being a 7-year-old girl and having a teacher, someone you should trust. Because in my district, everybody is a teacher, from the bus driver to the librarian to the homeroom teacher. Everybody who encounters a child that day is a teacher. So whether she's a teacher, librarian, or whatever, and she could have been the most well-intentioned person in the world and not be racist or whatever that that the other speaker's friend's friend mentioned, her cousin's friend, and I'm gonna in my comments soon. She could have been, and however, the fact remains that this woman cut a child's hair. So whether it was a Black teacher, another biracial teacher, another person of color, or cutting a child's hair, or a white teacher cutting a white child's hair, the fact remains that this person, this adult in your school building, took it upon herself to fix what was done by another student. And then and as far as the facts go, you still have not given Mr. Hoffmeyer, or what we have seen in the news, you have not given Mr. Hoffmeyer satisfaction as to the initial incident, which only serves to roil his anger. You should have let him see the video. That's what he asked for, not what you determined or the school determined. That's what he asked for, and that was his right as a parent whose child was assaulted. And yes, we keep on using the word assaulted because that's what it was. All right, thank you for the notice. But I hope that you all, whatever happens next, I hope that you really do try to see it from our perspective. Have a good evening.
Julie, are you there? Julie, are you there? Maureen, are you there?
I emailed her already.
Good evening. This is Maureen AK. Good evening, everyone. I live here in Mount Pleasant. I don't have a child who has gone to school here, but when I moved to Mount Pleasant, in fact, when I got a job at CMU, I am a professor at CMU, I wanted to move my teenage son here. And one of the things that stopped me from doing that was because of the complaint of racial incidents in the Mount Pleasant public schools. And I'm talking about almost more than 20 years ago. And here we are, 20 years later, or 20 years more, plus a few more years later, and we're still talking about racism in Mount Pleasant public schools. I am troubled. As a Black woman, a Black mother, a human being, I am terribly abhorred by the experience of Junie Hoffmeyer. In cutting her hair, the teacher is telling her that something is wrong with her, that she's not beautiful enough. If you are culturally aware, you would know that Black people, ethnic people, people of color have been told for centuries that we are not good enough, we're not beautiful enough. You would know the kinds of trauma that young Black girls experience in schools that force them actually out of schools. You want to read Push Out, the criminalization of girls in public schools. You ought to ask yourself, how would you as individuals have handled this if this were your own child? Have you asked that? Everybody has been talking about empathy. I don't think that's enough. It seems to me that you're not aware that this school district, the public school, and the teachers are not very aware, they're not culturally sensitive, they're not aware of the nature of bigotry that their own students of color or of ethnic backgrounds experience. Hair is important to Black people, to people of color. My Native American sisters spoke about that earlier. Children of color, people of color are constantly being demonized, told they are not worthy of life, or are constantly being tracked in schools. And here we are, a 7-year-old child experiencing something like this, which has left her traumatized and probably will leave her traumatized for a long time. In other words, you have denied her of her dignity, of her humanity, and you have left her feeling alienated, feeling as if she doesn't belong. You cannot claim or feel that you are being punished. It is not about you. Get out of your heads. It is not, cannot be about you. It is about what has been done to this young woman, young child. Yes, I'm going to stop soon. So you cannot resolve this by simply issuing an apology, and a horrible one for that matter. You have wounded her. You need to find a way of restoring her dignity and her humanity. In other words, you need to make her whole. I think the public school, I do believe strongly that this public school needs to be accountable. It needs to be accountable to this family, to the Hoffmeyer family, but to all of us who live in this place and those whose children go to your school. You need to investigate this problem critically, and other people have spoken about this. You need to also consider training to provide you better understanding of the cultures of the people who attend your school. These are important. I also want to find out what protocol you have actually. What protocol do you have in place for addressing bullying and addressing issues like this? Because this is not the first time that people have complained, parents have complained that their children of color have experienced racism in the public schools. It cannot be continued. It cannot continue, excuse me. This is the 21st century. We are a quarter of the way through it, and we cannot go through this experience again and again and again. I thank you.
Mayor, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Thank you. Well, first off, I'd just like to start by saying that I'm a 16-year-old brown girl, Indian girl from New Jersey with curly hair. Now, I'm not going to go into the hair discrimination I faced when I was Journey's age, but I am going to go into my school's response to several racist incidents that we have had in our school. When a student posted a very disheartening threat on African American lives in my school, my superintendent hit it as well. My school board also released statements saying there were miscommunications. And this just traumatizes any child facing racism even further. You have failed at creating an inclusive school, and which is in your statement, it a violent race that leads to believe their people.
I lost her completely. I'll go to Kenzie. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Hi, my name is Kenzie. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, and I am also a 16-year-old in high school. And I would just like to start by saying that when I first heard about this situation, I quite literally cried because I have been bullied about my hair as a African American young woman, and it hurts. It hits a different spot when something that you feel so proudly about, everyone else does not feel the same way. And this situation was really handled terribly. Honestly, you guys are board members. Your energies could be put into something more that could be great. And yet we're sitting here talking about a situation that does not need to be talked about. It's obvious that you're telling us that the facts aren't right. Well, then tell us whether it was a student or the teacher that did it. Regardless, it was bullying and it should be dealt with immediately. If the teacher did it, the teacher should have been fired immediately. If the student did it, the student should have been expelled. There's no way that you can turn this that will make this okay. And it's upsetting that you guys are trying to sweep this under the rug as if it's not a big problem. Because if the teacher did it, her license should be taken away, because parents send their students to school because they trust teachers to protect their child. And that trust has been broken. No teacher should ever in any situation do what that lady did. And it's not okay any way that you turn it. Thank you.
Abby, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Abby. I'm a Michigan educator, and I just wanted to show my support for Journey and her family. When Journey heads into any future classroom, there will be fears that follow her. And when Journey applies for jobs when she's older and her prospective employer searches for her online, these news articles will follow her. And when Journey gets her haircut every time for the rest of her life, these memories will follow her. I'm hoping that when the board looks back at this moment in their lives, that a moment of upstanding advocacy and anti-racism is what follows you. You issued a statement saying things were misconstrued by the media, and we as white people need to stop invalidating the experience of people of color. Please do what is right. That starts by doing something. Any one of you on the board can do something. As was mentioned earlier by someone who called in, your vision statement starts with creating an inclusive environment. Please do that. The whole world is watching. Thank you. I yield my time.
Gabriella, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. I am from Houston, Texas, and I am a future educator, almost finished with my degree, and I will start student teaching soon. I am just here to show my support and to talk a little bit about what I understand happened, which looks like there are two major issues that occurred. First, there was the incident that I'm reading that was on the bus with another student cutting her hair. She then went home, got her haircut fixed by an actual salon, and then came back to school where 2 days later, another teacher and or the librarian tried to quote unquote fix it. So I think that two things need to be dealt with, which is the actual bullying that apparently was occurring before that student cut her hair that was not dealt with. And apparently the father was willing to let that one slide, according to statements. And then when finding out that a teacher actually cut her hair was when he became infuriated that multiple things were not being addressed. So I'm here as support to say that I think that there needs to be a full anti-bullying seminar or something that needs to occur with that is specified with bullying. And then as well as those inclusion trainings that need to occur with the actual staff. And I just want to say that as a future teacher, I am appalled. And I think that the fact that we are supposed to be the almost second parents to these children, essentially, right? A second guardian to these children, and that now she will forever feel unsafe. Thank you very much for your time, and I yield mine.
Melinda, are you there? Vivette, are you there?
Yes, Vivette is here. I am here. Good evening. My name is Vivette Dukes. I am a parent, a teacher, and a council member of the National Parents Union. And I want to begin tonight by asking all of you seated there, what gave that librarian the right to mutilize Journey? And I'm being very intentional with my use of words as an English teacher. This was an all-out attack on an innocent, vulnerable, beautiful little girl by the very people whose care she was entrusted. Journey is a human being, need I remind you, not a sheep to be sheared. Her social, emotional health is now at stake at the hands of this librarian. How many of you on the board are parents? I want you to take a step back tonight and reflect on what happened and put yourself in the shoes of Journey and Journey's parents. How many of you are parents? Can you honestly say that you would be okay if your child came home with an unauthorized haircut by a non-licensed wannabe cosmetologist? Is she there as a librarian? Is she there to cut people's hair? Because those two things are on opposite ends of the spectrum. Mount Pleasant seems to be anything but pleasant. What do you plan to do about this situation? Because this is not going away. We are not going away. Based on what I've seen here tonight, and I've been online the entire time, there seems to be a lack of empathy and a lack of dignity going on here. You have little to no interest in what happens to Journey. Now, I'm recommending strongly, and it would behoove each and every one of you under the sound of my voice, that you make this situation right, that you make Journey whole. Understand what I'm saying tonight? Because I'm not going away. We're not going away. The National Parents Union is not going away. This is only the beginning. That is a promise to you. What you have done to this child is heinous. I'm not yielding any time. I'm going to talk till the end, and I'm going to come back again and talk some more, because there is action to follow up this talk. There is no way a little girl should go to school. Any child should go to school and come home harmed the way Journey was. How dare you? How dare you? And you sit there so smug. Sit there as if this is just another case on the docket. You sit there as if this situation can be easily wrapped up. I see your fingers giving me time. Thank you for the warning, but I'm here to warn you tonight. Make it right. Make Journey whole. Do the right thing. My time for now.
Jenny and Polly, are you there?
Yes, it's just Jenny right now. My name is Jenny Berlin. I grew up in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. And when I read this article and it said Central Michigan and I clicked on it, I was disgusted. I wasn't surprised, unfortunately, but I was disgusted. I grew up here. I now live in Seattle and I teach here. I've been teaching for 15 years. I teach kindergarten and first grade mostly for the 15 years. So these are my babies. I know these kids. Right now, what I'm going to try to do is what I do best and educate. On the first day of school, I read The Day You Begin, and I read All Are Welcome. These are books for children to know that they're welcome in my classroom and that we do not discriminate against each other. I also read a book called Don't Touch My Hair, which is specifically written about not touching people of color's hair. And it's for children. I also read the book Crown, which is about a boy going to a barbershop and how proud he feels after a nice fresh haircut. And we also read a book called Hair Love. All of these books are written for children to educate children on the importance of people of color's hair. And I read these every year. As a staff, we have read White Fragility. We have had district-wide staff meetings on white supremacy. This was institutionalized racism. And you'll have to forgive my voice because I feel very emotional because I teach the same age and I have a child the same age. This was straight up institutionalized racism. Whether you can see it or not, it is. It comes from hundreds of years of racism. It is our job as the adults to make sure that we represent those furthest from educational justice, people of color. This situation sounds like a white savior complex. And I don't read the books that I mentioned during Black Lives Matter at School Week because we do Black Lives Matter at School Week, but I don't read those during that week. This is my normal reading. This is my normal welcome to my classroom. Please feel comfortable reading. I have other books based off the Black Lives Matter at School Week curriculum. If you are not familiar with the Black Lives Matter at School Week curriculum, I suggest you look it up. They have a website. They update it every year. Print the posters. Keep the posters up all year round, not just during the week, all year, because it matters outside of that week. You need to work towards being an anti-racist district. I hope this town grows and can stand up and do better because honestly, living in Seattle, sometimes I look at the home prices in Mount Pleasant and I'm like, maybe I could go back. And then I'm like, oh no, I can't. Nope, I don't have the same values. I see the 3 minutes. Thank you. I'm just trying to educate. Please educate yourselves. And thank you.
Makwa, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I want to say I appreciate you guys stopping the thank you, because I do agree. It was coming off very condescending. So I want to introduce myself. My name is Makwa Stevens. I'm a non-commissioned officer in the United States Army. I left a while back, about 10 years ago, and I'm back in the area as a recruiter. I am proud to be from where I came from. I'm a Saginaw Chippewa native. I live here. I am a parent of 3 beautiful children, and I'm sad and nearly disgusted to say that my son is part of your school. Now, thankfully, he's in the virtual portion, because as he has dealt with hair issues in the past, having long hair, partially native child, being picked on and called a girl by not just children, but his adult figures that he's supposed to look up to and be kept safe and be accepted by, it will always uphold me. Now, like I said, I'm from this area. I graduated from your high school. I spent time in your district, but I just can't say that I feel this any pride in your faculty, in your decisions, in your choice of members. It's just, it really takes me back. Now, you began this meeting addressing the issue of returning students to school, in school learning. No one wanted to talk about that. Not here, not today. Because nobody wants to put their children in an environment where they can't feel safe around their peers, and especially the adult figures that are supposed to protect them. You want to talk about having a school that's safe enough to return to during an ongoing pandemic? Well, then come on. You need to address the obvious pandemic that is the ignorance and inability to treat all, not just some of our children, all of our children with respect and dignity. I'm sitting here, I've been sitting here this entire meeting, and I hear exasperation when you say the next name, and it's really disheartening. I can't see your faces, so I can't see the emotion that could be on your faces, but I can see your body language. And I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed at all. Thank you.
Charlotte, are you there?
Yeah. So first, I just want to say everybody's got this knee-jerk reaction. It's emotional, all that. I don't understand why so many people get onto that at first instead of waiting for all the facts to come out. I understand that she should not have had her hair cut. We all understand that. It shouldn't have been done, period. But people need to wait for all the facts to come out, let it all be sorted out. If it's in the middle of a lawsuit, you guys really legally cannot comment on it. People that do not go to the school don't understand. There are not cameras everywhere in the school. There are not cameras on our ICTC buses if she was riding on that. Our school buses do have cameras, whether they work or not. I'm not so sure. My child does ride one of the school buses, or she used to until she did online this year. But I just hope that everybody just kind of takes a step back, takes a deep breath, waits for all the facts, and then let you guys do what is best for everybody. I know that everybody keeps saying there's not a whole lot of diversity up there. Well, you can't tell. Nobody knows everybody's true race. My daughter looks white. She's not 100% white. but she looks it. So let's not keep going on this skin color issue of what people look like, because nobody knows, unless we all want to start handing out DNA tests and so everybody knows what everybody is. But I just want people to take a deep breath. And also, I've read 3 different stories on this, and what really bothers me the most is social media blows things so out of proportion. I have seen people threatening to come to the school and just go ape shit on the teachers and everything. We still have children in these schools. Other people out there need to understand this. There's some of us that still do have kids that are going to these schools. I don't want to see these threats online from other parents across the country saying what they're going to do, because that makes it so the rest of us don't feel safe sending our kids to school. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Well, as far as she said ape shit. Well, oh, automatically.
Next is Laura. Laura, are you able to?
Hi, I'm in Jacksonville, Florida, and I'm not going to be long. All I really have to say is I'm here as a mother, and I don't know if any of you are parents. That's my 2-year-old daughter in the background. And the first thing I would like to say is when she is in school, I promise you, she will always stand up against this kind of crap. And it is, I'm sorry, it is an issue about racism to the previous speaker. How many other kids have gotten their haircuts? How many of you parents would like it if your child came home with their haircut? You wouldn't like it. That's disgusting. This teacher is perverted to put her hands on a 7-year-old child. You should all be ashamed. And that's all I have to say. You disgust me.
Jenna, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Jenna, and I am from St. Charles and Saginaw, and I just have 3 words: fire that librarian.
Oh, she did it. Tori, are you there?
Hello, my name is Tori Seifmetzig. I'm from Austin, Texas. I know you guys have heard multiple times throughout this meeting from teachers, future teachers, parents, members of your community. I've personally heard from members from California, from Wisconsin, from Missouri, from Florida, Nevada, New Jersey, and a couple others from Texas. I know that at this point, the board is well aware that the nation is watching. What I don't know if the board is aware of is the fact that this matter was brought to my attention from an acquaintance I have in England. She shared an article with me on social media, and her only words was, "Absolute bullocks. Are you okay?" Now, I'm a white woman in America. I'm okay. I look at the school board and I have to assume that each and every one of you came into your positions not because of the illustriousness of the position, but because you actually sincerely care about your community and about your youth. I don't know how much you've spoken to the father of Sherry. Excuse me. I don't know how much you've spoken to this family at all, but the articles I have quoted the father as saying that his daughter has cried herself to sleep, is afraid to be alone, has started therapy. I've seen the pictures of what was done to this poor girl. They're widely strewn across social media and media platforms. It's very clear that 2 criminal illegal actions were taken against this child. I will not speak for the faculty member who did it. I cannot say that they did it maliciously. They were probably trying to help. I served 5 years in the United States Marine Corps, and for 4 of those years, I participated in biannual equal opportunity training and harassment training. For the last year, I taught those trainings. It is not the intent of the abuser that matters in these cases. It is how it is perceived. And we use the reasonable person principle, where a reasonable person in the situation of the victim, would they or would they not feel traumatized or a hostile environment? From the reported statements of the father, it is clear that this student, 7 years old, has been traumatized and felt a hostile environment. I sincerely hope that you address this issue. I sincerely hope that you educate yourselves and look deep inside. And that is all I have to say. I yield my time.
DS, are you there?
Hi, I am. My name is Deanna Stahl, and I am a leadership coach, founder of the Alliance, which is listening professionals who uphold the values of racial, social, and environmental justice. And I am an educator and a white woman and an anti-racist and an ally. And one of the things that I'm noticing here after listening to so many shares is discussing the hurt that Journey's presently experiencing. What I spend my entire career doing in leadership, in high-level management, in C-suite leadership, is helping adults deal with subconscious patterns of fear that are created when they're the age that Journey is right now. That's what I spend almost all of my day handling. So what may seem or may have seemed like an inconsequential event to the leadership of your school will be a lifetime journey for her. And I think what became so problematic outside of the actual violent experience for Journey was the leadership's lack of courage and transparency. So I would like to offer my voice to the many who have gone before me, saying that not just diversity and inclusion training, but actual anti-racism training, restorative justice, and leadership training. The mark of a true leader is someone who can stand up and admit to mistakes and failures and see a different way. The mark of a poor leader is one who tries to hide the truth and to hide the failures. This experience for Journey, it will be with her forever. A leadership coach down the line may actually have to help her the way that I do all of the people that I work with. I think that all of you on the board, but the entire school system should actually have leadership training and go beyond diversity and inclusion. I would like to just end my share with a Henry Louis Gates Jr. quote. In America, there is institutional racism that we all inherit and participate in, like breathing the air in this room or this virtual environment. And we have to become sensitive to it. And I would add that your school district has a lot of work to do to become sensitive and a lot of work to do personally to change the environment of your school and make it safe for children and for adults. Thank you. I yield my time.
Ryan, are you there?
Yes, my name is Brian, and thank you for coming in and enduring all of this. I can imagine that you woke up this morning and you knew that something was going to happen tonight. Maybe you'd be home by 9 o'clock, but maybe it would go away. And as you can see, it's not going to go away. I'm an educator in this town as well. And as the previous gentleman said, sometimes things get rectified in 24 hours. This has been weeks. You guys are educators. You guys are there because you want to help foster education. As much as you may think that there's a lot of anger towards you, right now is your time to shine. You can take everything that has been given to you, and you know that everybody on the call will start to get behind you if you do the right thing. We've had politicians in high places that attack people and say they are wrong with no evidence, saying that in the paper that the facts are wrong, full stop, leaves us hanging. You can see how angry we are. Starting now, at this very moment, tonight, and then beginning tomorrow, you can change the narrative as to what's going on. Change this for the better. We are behind you. CMU is a teaching school. Teach the people across the street how to behave when you make a mistake. Think of Alan McDonald, the NASA engineer who did not sign the Challenger launch log. He was the only one that didn't sign the Challenger launch log. There are so many of you sitting right there. Please go ahead and do the right thing, and it can start now, or at least start tomorrow. I know you're not allowed to speak and say what you can, but beginning tomorrow, change the narrative. Embrace the power of the people that are behind you, and don't just say the facts are wrong. Stop. Thank you.
Gabby, are you there?
Yes, hello, I'm here. My name is Gabby from Portland, Oregon. I don't need to live in your district or state to be able to see that this horrible incident is deplorable. I'm discouraged and frankly appalled by the lack of respect that is being shown by the board members on the matter of this meeting. And I am not the only one taking notice. The people from all over the world who are listening hear every huff you make, and we see your body language. And it expresses how bored and disinterested you are in this matter. The child was assaulted by one of your students, and worst of all, by an adult in your employ. It is your job to uphold the law and respect every single human being in your school district. The firing of this teacher and the faculty involved is the bare minimum requirement you need to meet. The bare minimum. During the next section of the meeting, which who knows we'll get there because I'm sure there's so many other people who would like to speak on this issue as I have. But if we do, we expect you to discuss diversity training within the staff and the student body, address the racist and illegal incident, and chart a proper course of action. I implore you to take this issue. I implore you to take this issue seriously. I yield my time.
Cypri, are you there?
Hi, yes, my name is Alexis Cipri. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
So I'm calling as a mother and also somebody who does have a background with working with children, mainly, children with special needs. And also I do have a background working with children of color, and I could never imagine touching a child's hair. I really couldn't. Sorry. There we go. Sorry, my headphones weren't working. There's never a reason to touch a child's hair whatsoever. I mean, there's no excuse. There's no rhyme or reason. And I can tell that you guys are really bored with these events. I hope that you can understand though, you know, for you guys, this is annoying, but for her, when she looks at you guys, you're the villains in her story. When she thinks about you guys are the people who traumatize her. You shouldn't carry out situation to make it better. That person obviously has no business being an educator. Nobody's child should ever be afraid to go to school. For some kids, school is their only safe place. And can you imagine when you're leaving an environment that's uncomfortable just to go to another environment that's uncomfortable? There are so many kids who go through abuse and racism in the way that she has, and it's going to stick with her forever. I mean, it's really sad. She's a 7-year-old little girl. Can you imagine? She went to school one day trusting you guys, and the next she's going home with her hair butchered. I mean, can you imagine? Are any of you parents? You send your son, your daughter to school, and then they come home traumatized because somebody you entrusted with your child has laid their hands on them. My goodness, if anybody ever laid their hands on my daughter, I don't think there'd be time for speaking. I really don't. I can't imagine my sweet little girl coming home with her hair chopped off inches from her scalp. And, you know, I feel like her father most definitely has every right to be furious. And like the previous speaker, the teacher that was just talking to you guys said, this is the moment where you can make things right. I've never understood why liars continue to lie. It's always been crazy to me. Everybody watching right now knows what's going on. And when you say that, you know, the information was inaccurate, we can see that that's not correct, because what's inaccurate about somebody touching a child's hair when they shouldn't have? I see your fingers, thank you. You know, liars don't get away with lying. We see what's going on. We see you. You can make this right and you can change the situation. And you most definitely owe that little girl, specifically her, the person that you have traumatized, a sincere, real apology, not whatever that was. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Holly, are you there? There.
Hello, my name is Holly, and I grew up about an hour away from Mount Pleasant. I'm a graduate of the University of Michigan School of Public Health. The clear racism and abuse taking place within the Mount Pleasant School District and the abuse that Journey has endured is a part of a larger public health issue. That of Black women and children having the autonomy of their bodies stolen from them, and acts of violence being committed by white people in power who are supposed to be protecting them. The fact that Journey is as young as she is and is already facing discrimination and judgment is appalling. This incident rises to the level of child abuse and neglect, and this board is complicit in that, and corrective action must be taken to terminate the responsible parties. And if you had a modicum of sense, it would have already taken place. I see you sitting with your hands casually resting in front of you as if this is the most mundane thing you have participated in all day. Steps must be taken to protect the health and safety of the children in our community and in the future, since sensitivity and diversity training has clearly failed us as a first barrier. This is an issue that did not start with the Hoffmeyer family, but we are certainly planning on stopping it here. The fact of the matter is that these incidents only rise to this level of visibility once things have been taking place for some time, And as we've heard from comments from the community, this is a part of larger acts of racism and violence taking place on a daily basis within our own schools and against our own children. The retaliation against this family must end tonight, and restorative justice must take place. Your first action was to say that media reports were inaccurate and that Journey's recount of the events were incorrect, effectively calling her a liar, a young child, instead of tending to Journey and her needs and dealing with the teacher responsible in an appropriate manner. Each and every one of you needs to consider when you leave this room tonight that you have been complicit in child abuse and to start advocating for the children in your district because you've shown us that they deserve better than the total lack of leadership that you have given to our community. And this lack of values is one of the largest reasons I left Michigan in the first place. I hope that you will very seriously consider the comments put forth before you tonight and take effective action immediately. Thank you.
Lara, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Let me start with a little about me to put my statements into perspective. My name is Lara. I've been a high school teacher for 9 years in California. I have my master's in education. I am white. I am a cis woman. I am a member of the LGBTQ community. I teach in a Title I school with a population vastly different than one that I grew up in and currently live in. And I make it a very specific point in my job and my outside time to seek knowledge and information about how to be a conscientious educator. My job is not just to plan lessons, to teach, and to grade. It is to foster an environment where my students feel safe and welcome. More so over the years, my job is also to be a social and emotional mentor, which is why it is so very important that I seek knowledge that helps me better understand my students, their backgrounds, their cultures, their values, because I cannot expect that they are the same as or similar to mine. That is my job as an educator. That is the job of every educator. And it is the job of any adult involved in education, whether they are a teacher, a librarian, a groundskeeper, or a crossing guard. If any of you think that this is going to end tonight, that you are going to leave that auditorium, go home, commiserate with your spouse, your friends, and your colleagues, and that this is going to be the end of this matter, you are wrong. The year past has shook the world, and we are awakening to the injustices that have been happening for so very long. The people who have arrived tonight to listen and speak are not going to fade into the background. The righteous sense of outrage and the determination to ensure that this injustice is not only seen, but addressed is not going to flee our hearts or our minds. You are being watched. You are being judged, and you are currently being found desperately wanting. If any of you oppose what people here have said tonight about diversity, training, and reaching out to the community, you need to voluntarily step down from your position because you do not deserve to be someone who is responsible for the formulation and guidance of schools and education. If you do not understand the rage that people are experiencing, you may and you can learn. If you refuse to learn, you need to step away from education, far, far away from education and the budding youth of our world who need so much more from the adults around them than you are able to provide. That is all.
Brandy, are you there? Beo, are you there?
My bad. I see my name up there. Can you hear me?
Let's go ahead.
Um, I find it quite appalling. I'm a 16-year-old from Florida in Jacksonville, biracial woman. I find it very appalling that you have done little to nothing to help the situation at all. And the fact that this has been going on long enough with your silence, I find it very disrespectful. Hair is very important to minorities, as everyone has stated. And the fact that you have the gall to not do anything about it, while this teacher did that to that little ass kid, I find it very appalling. And yes, I'm gonna swear, I'm being real. And you know what? I think you're all disgusting. And that's just it. Unless you do something about it, a lot of people are gonna be coming for your jobs. And that's just the truth, because nobody likes it when stuff like that happens and everything just isn't answered. You say that, oh, there's not like the whole story or the media isn't giving the correct information out. Okay, then prove it. Where's the whole story? Be honest. Where's the whole story? Also, how come why is your response so vague? Why is it crappy? And why aren't you doing anything to rectify and help the family? Better yet, how come you didn't let the father of said daughter talk? And a person literally had to bring them on the phone for you to listen to them because apparently they were muted or he was muted. And it disappoints me and disgusts me to no end that you kind of, no, you did allow this to happen. And the fact that, whew, I'm sorry, I'm getting mad here. And the fact that you're kind of sitting here and you're going, okay, next is really bugging me. Y'all look static, no compassion. So are you gonna do anything about this situation, or are you just gonna sit here and look at all of us with a straight face? Genuinely, what are you gonna do to help this situation? Are you gonna sit there and be silent? Because that's complicity. Being silent is complicity. And you being complicit is completely disgusting in this situation. And the fact that years of Black people and biracial people having their hairs being told that it's unprofessional, it's dirty, it's nasty, it's completely disrespectful. Because how absolutely dare you, how absolutely dare that goddamn teacher, how absolutely dare that little kid, did that little kid get punished? Did that teacher get punished? So far I'm saying is a no. If you don't punish them, or if you don't at least do anything to help the family, help the daughter out, then why are you even doing this to begin with? Because complicity, action speaks louder than words. And the fact your apology was the equivalent to someone eating Taco Bell and them taking, oh, okay, yeah, no, I see your fingers. And someone eating Taco Bell and then proceeding to take a huge shit, that's equivalent to your apology. And I'm mad. So, that's all I have to say.
Randy, are you there? Are you there? Sarah, are you there?
Hi, yes, I am there. Thank you. Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my kids as calm as possible. I won't try and reiterate everything everybody else has said. And I just want to say, I'm packing my kid's bag for his first day of school. He's 3. He's autistic. He can't talk. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, it's going to be okay. You've got all these people and they're going to take care of him. And then the story comes along and it's heartbreaking. And if you want to take race issue out of it, which I don't think you should, because I think it is a race issue, but go ahead, take it out. Somebody put their hands on that child. Somebody cut that child's hair. It's just the fact that an adult processed that decision, an adult taking care of children processed that decision is ludicrous. I saw the child's face. I understand that you're saying there's not the whole story, but you really can't hide that child's face and what she's going to deal with down the line in her life. Also, I don't really read news stories about little Susie with her pigtails getting her haircut. I don't. It is always someone of color. And so you guys really need to step back, do a whole lot of diversity training and think about what you're doing to these children. My son, he can't come home and tell me if anything happened to him. I have to worry if anybody's touching him. He is incontinent. I have to worry about somebody touching him under his diaper. And you've got a little girl that can, I assume, speak, and everybody was okay doing this to her. I yield my time.
Alex, are you there?
Yes, I am. My name is Alex Patterson. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a student of Virginia Tech and I'm 21 years old. I'm currently studying abroad in Switzerland. For me and everyone else on this Zoom call, as well as the people who are in Discord calls across the world because the Zoom was full, this is now an international issue and not just an issue constrained to a small town, in a small state, or in the large country of America. This is an international issue. It is currently 5 a.m. in Switzerland, but I am not resting, and neither is anyone else here, because we are fighting against racism, and we are not sleeping, and neither will the world sleep in this fight against racism. I've seen Jennifer Vergler, the superintendent, has come up sometimes in this Zoom, and I'm happy that they are here, and I hope that they are listening, and they are hearing what we are saying and asking for action on their part in this assault, not a haircut, not a touching, an assault of a young female child. I will echo the others in a call for action, and I will yield my time. Thank you.
There's a caller, it's Galaxy S10.
Yes. My name is Brooke Ship, and I actually am a licensed cosmetologist. And if I ever assaulted a child in that way, I would be not only charged, but have my license revoked permanently. And I just, I don't think that that librarian educator should be held to a different standard just because because they're a librarian, because they're supposed to be protecting children. If anything, that should be taken so much more seriously. They should not be allowed around any children after that until this is all concluded. And saying that all the facts aren't there, that's fine. I understand that we don't have the whole story, but we have part of it, and that is that she put her hands on a child. And I know, I've seen the haircut. It is that short. I know, as someone that cuts hair, you have to touch their head quite a bit to get the hair that short. And there's no reason for an adult to put their hands on somebody else's child like that and it just be okay and be allowed, and then be allowed to just go back to work. No, that's awful. Yeah, that's all.
For our community members who have raised their virtual hand, please note that policy 0167.3 permits community members to speak one time at board meetings only. Tanya, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I wanted to speak as another licensed cosmetologist, but also I am an Indigenous woman enrolled in the Red Lake Nation of Minnesota, Chippewa tribe. We've had a couple other, seems like Anishinaabe people speak on the importance of hair to BIPOC, but I wanted to hop on and just further educate you guys a little bit about the importance of hair, especially to the Indigenous people. Our hair is seen as an extension of our soul. In cosmetology school, we are also taught that your hair is the crown that you can never take off. Unfortunately, in cosmetology school, I don't really understand why, but they give us a book on ethnic hair, they call it. We never crack that book open. So if this little girl were to walk into my salon with her father, as a licensed trained professional of 13 years in the beauty industry, I would turn them away because I did not learn, I was not taught. And you have to go outside of school and find the education to be able to work on hair like that. I do know, though, from my education that curly hair like that tends to be dry and more brittle. They put a lot of money and effort to maintain that hair. That girl's hair is well maintained and gorgeous for her hair type. It will take her longer to grow back out than it would any white person because of its dry, brittle nature. They have to do a lot of protective hairstyling to even get it to grow a little bit. And I hope that you guys really think about that. It may not seem like a big deal. Oh, it's just a cut. Sure, to a white person, that their hair grows half an inch to an inch a month. It's not the case for people with curly hair. This little girl's hair is going to stay short for a lot longer than anybody's hair that is white. Also, ethnic people, people with ethnic hair, it has special meaning to I know for the Black people, the slaves, their braids have had different meaning, and that's still very much ingrained in the society, even though this little girl was not wearing braids. Like I said, her hair looks immaculate in the pictures that I've seen, and that I can guarantee you took her parents tons of money, time, effort, energy, and education to maintain that little girl's hair, and it's going to take twice as much for them to get that growth back. It's a big deal to have growth like that. I just want you guys to remember that, to heed that, to really think about the weight of a haircut for somebody with that hair texture and that hair type. Thank you.
Ava, go ahead. Are you there? Olivia, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Olivia. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Olivia Clark. I graduated from Mount Pleasant High School. A lot of you probably know me. I just have one thing to say. Jennifer, I'm very disappointed and hurt. In the summer of 2020, you asked me to come into your office and talk to you about the experience that I had being a Black woman in the Mount Pleasant School District, and how we could, as a community, do and be better. And as I sat there and I told you my stories, you guys said that you wish you could have been there, you wish you could have done something. Right now, you have the opportunity to do something and you're not doing anything. I would ask that you do something, you do the right thing, because right now you guys are not. Thank you.
Hannah, are you there?
Hi, I'm here. So I'm a student. I'm 16 and I'm a student. And one thing is my teachers are addressing this. I don't live in your school district. I live across the country, and my own teachers are addressing this because they don't think it's something that can be ignored. And this didn't happen here. This didn't happen anywhere near us. And our teachers think that this is something that needs to be addressed. So the fact that you are all in this school district, you know this little girl, and are just not doing something about it is kind of ridiculous. So I go to school every day. I have teachers that I see every day, and you trust your teachers. I trust them with what classes I should take. I trust them with where I should go to college. I tell them about things that have happened to me. And the idea that I would tell a teacher something, or I would go to a teacher, or I would trust a teacher and they would do something like that is ridiculous. I also work with kids with disabilities. I'm a camp counselor, I coach, and I would not give a kid a high five without permission. I won't touch a kid's water bottle without permission. I cannot imagine cutting a child's hair. I really can't imagine hugging a child without permission. And I know some parents with children with disabilities spoke, and it's ridiculous. I mean, there are kids who have their jackets on the floor and I won't touch their jacket because that is important to them. And there are definitely kids who have messy hair, who have hair in their eyes, and I just can't imagine touching it. And you know, I am a camp counselor. I'm in charge of these children for days, for every hour, every night, and I cannot imagine touching a child in that manner. And I can't imagine any of my teachers doing that to me. I can't imagine a teacher even telling me to cut my hair, never mind doing it. And if you went up to a random child at a park and touched their hair, their parents would be mad. So the fact that a school teacher would think that was okay, if you were on a subway, a stranger came up to you and touched your hair, you would think it was assault. You would be upset. And Journey's just a little kid, and she's talking about how she's having trouble sleeping, how she's having trouble eating, and I just think it's crazy. And I do coach kids with disabilities, and I think the big part of that is to respect them. And the goal is really for them to have fun. And I think a big part of school is to learn, to be educated. And I don't see how her hair has anything to do with that. You know, her hair could be tangled and it could be ridiculous, and she could have a pencil stuck in it, and you don't have the right to touch her. You know, kids are on the playground, and teachers are not supposed to even high five a child without their direct permission. You're not supposed to be hugging children. You're really not supposed to be touching children without their direct permission. And your hair is part of your body. And I know to the Black community, to the Indigenous community, your hair is not just part of your body, it's part of your lifestyle. It's part of the things that you care about. And to touch that is crazy. And you guys all get to go home. At the end of the day, you go home, maybe you see your children. Thank you, I see your hand. And Journey doesn't get to. And unfortunately, Journey might have to come back to your school, and she might have to see all of you again, knowing how much you failed her. And I think just asking her to not have to see the woman that assaulted her is really not that far of a stretch. Thank you.
Hi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I would like to speak as a student that is far, far away from you guys, and as a student that has had, sort of a friendship with teachers, and I can't imagine how a teacher would touch me in that manner and assault me by cutting off my hair would tragically be devastating. And I would like to elaborate on what another person said is how dare y'all sit there and not say anything and just keep passing by each person that is here today talking about it and just sit there in silence, just one by one. And I want to ask you, have you seen the photos of that little girl looking down as her hair is all cut and she's sad? I don't know how you all can sit there in silence, not saying a word, when I know a lot of you have seen that photo. And it's disgusting how you guys don't say anything. You aren't saying anything. There's two sides to every story, and you haven't said anything about your side of the story. Thank you. That's all.
Joy, can you hear us?
Hi, hello. My name is Joy Johnson. I'm 51 years old, Evanston, Illinois. I'm a nanny for over 25 years. It's really inconceivable to me that anyone who's in a position of authority over a child would lay their hands and assault them. You're now a predator. That teacher, librarian, she's a predator. She have preyed on this child. She should not be allowed around any children. She should be charged with assault. Those in positions of authority over this person who've not done anything to protect this child, who sit in silence and let it continue. Why are we even discussing this? Why is this a discussion? This should not be a discussion. A child was assaulted. I'm tired of no one protecting children in this country. It needs to stop. Any child of any color, it doesn't matter. It's a kid. You send them to school, and that person, their teacher, everyone there should protect them, not assault them. She will be just in a state, most likely, for a very long time. Those sitting there who do nothing, you are just as guilty as the person who assaulted this kid. You're just as guilty. You need to get yourself some courage. Cowards are the type of person who allow these things to continue. You say nothing, you do nothing, you are just as guilty. That's all I have to say.
Alexandria?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You can, go ahead.
I am calling in both as a mother and someone who works in education. I understand that there are certain politics playing for the board, but I also know that at a very young age, when I started working at the age of 16, the very first thing I was taught when working with kids, you do not touch them without the parents' permission, let alone cut their hair. It doesn't matter what the intent was. And correct, apologize if I'm wrong, but I see that many of you are women. If a man came to us and cut our hair on the train, at the park, at work, it would be considered assault, just as it is considered assault for that person to have touched that little girl's hair. And I beg of you to take that seriously. You are shaping this child's viewpoint of not just the world, but of educators. This needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Aria, are you there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I've heard many people speak today about the importance of hair in the Black community, in the Indigenous community, and other people of color. I do want to maybe expand a bit on that, specifically as it relates to African Americans, their hair, and their relationship with white people. During slavery, when Black Americans were on the auction block, their hair, their skin, their muscles, their teeth, their eyes were all examined to determine their worth. Their hair in particular was often stroked and petted in order to determine if it was soft enough to be shaved and stuffed into pillows and mattresses for their slave owners to enjoy comfort. This is why it is always racist and a racial issue for a person of color, for a Black American, to have their hair touched without their permission. This little girl should not have experienced an act of racial violence at her age. And that is what has happened in this case. I get that for some of you, this is a haircut. And that is how you will go home tonight, and that's how you will continue to see it. I don't speak to you. I speak to everyone else who is listening to this call. And I urge you to understand that there is a long history in this country of the bodies of not just Black people, but Indigenous people and other people of color and women to be violated against their wills. And in 2021, we have long passed the point where we have decided that this is enough. I hear your apathy. I hear your disinterest as you move from caller to caller. I get that this may not reach you. You may go home tonight and still view this as nothing more than a haircut. But I assure you that for that little girl, this will live in her mind and in her heart long after today, long after she is an adult. I am currently 39 years old. When I was 10 years old, I went on a class field trip, and one of my teachers decided that I would be cute with bangs, and she cut bangs into my hair. That teacher was fired within the week because my school board, my school district, my parents understood in 1989 that that was an assault upon my person. In 2021, it should be very clear that this was an assault upon this child. And I get that there are other sides to the story. And I'm here to tell you, I'm not interested in the other side. There is no excuse for what was done to that child. She was assaulted not once, but twice, once by a student and then once by a teacher. You have to stand up and protect her. Thank you.
Rebecca, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. My first question is, are you able to actually speak back to questions that are posed to you? Because you've remained silent this whole time as
Board members
questions
do not
have-
engage in conversation during board meetings.
Okay, so now we've established why you've sat there quietly while people have asked you questions. People have stated consistently that at the core of this, it is not just problematic that there was a haircut in general. This is a situation where a teacher made a choice about a student's body without consulting their parent and acted upon it. This is not, and that's just at the core of it. When you remove all of the layers that are absolutely important to the subject, she is a biracial child. Hair is important to their community. When you add all of the other layers to this case, it becomes abundantly clear that inaction is not the way to go, and that you have to take a very strong stance with regards to this teacher so that no other teacher is this bold. Nobody likes to be made an example of, but unfortunately, this teacher has brought this upon themselves. And if you allow this to go unchecked, you will see more cases of this kind of thing happening. And I really don't think that you want to open yourself up to this kind of liability. You really, this teacher absolutely needs to be fired, and you need to start educating your staff on the importance of racial equity, because it's absolutely lacking. And I yield.
Madam President, at this time, we've been in public comment for 2.5 hours. Again, per board policy 0167.3, our board policy allows for 20 minutes of comments. I recommend that we suspend comments, go on with our board agenda, and then reopen public comment after the remaining items on our agenda.
Okay, at this time, the next item is the Board of Education discussion. The closed session. I apologize. The next item is going into closed session.
I move, Madam President, that under MCL 15.268H that we go into closed session. I move that we go into closed session.
I'll second. Any questions? Okay, roll call vote. Courtney?
Dana Calkins,
Yes.
Tim Odekirk,
Yes.
Amy Bond,
Yes.
Sheila Murphy,
Yes.
Courtney Stegman, yes, William Pengel,
Yes.
Jessica Jernigan.
Yes. At this time, we're going into closed session. That means that everyone will leave the room and we will go into closed session. Zoom will be paused.